Oh, I need to get this voice together, baby. Hey, Crystal. Hey, hello, our Auntie Fee, and how are you doing? How's the tea sippers and the scribers and everyone else doing? May God bless and love you all very much. Shout out to Crystal for sending love and asking for God to bless, protect, and provide. Thank you so very much. I love my tea sippers. All right, all right. I'm sorry I'm late. I had to get me something to eat. I didn't want Miss Tom. Hey, Cynthia. I didn't want Miss Tom or Naturally Nolans or nobody coming in here asking me, Auntie Fee, have you ate? And I sit up here and say, no, I ain't ate nothing all day. It got to be these all over oregano. Cause I ain't getting no nothing. Folks talking about shots. Hey, Janet. Hey, y'all. I ain't putting no shot, no nothing. So I don't know where this appetite has went. It got to be every morning. When I rise in the morning. Shout out to Eartha. When I rise. That's her song, y'all. That's her Sunday song. Oh, when I rise. Yeah, that was her every Sunday when we was growing up. She was the church. She was the, I guess, like the church Annie, the church Yumpo, junior choir. She was over the junior choir. So everybody, young and old, knew and loved Eartha. Shout out to Eartha. We almost lost her during COVID, but God. That was her song. In the morning, when I run. I had to lean back and go get them notes. Hey, Beverly. Yeah, but I was saying I didn't want her asking me about what I ate, and all I had drank was this pineapple, lemon, turmeric, passion fruit, and ginger juice that I put some chia seeds in. Put them chia seeds in. They're talking about it's a new it's going, instead of code 19, it's gonna be a code 26, and it's, you know, they orchestrated that first code. They trying to orchestrate another one, keep folk locked up in you know, that same stunt they pulled, mash, you know, to control us. That was a test of control. Can we make them do what we want them to do? We're going to make it hard for them to fly. We're going to make it hard for them to work with the energy, you know, work from home again. Because this war is supposed to lead to, you know, another crisis. They don't want us to vote. They don't want us to knock down this new world order that they trying to infiltrate. Y'all better stay woke. This new currency, these new coins with his face on it and crap. So I'm messing with the food and stuff more intensely. Shop the U, shop the K. I be trying to tell y'all. And when I was looking at a grocery list today, and I was going through looking for the U, looking for the K, even with my plant-based, even with my wild caught fish. And one of them I really, really liked. Didn't have that U on it. Did not have that U or K on it. So there's some manipulation in it. I said, God dang, I sure liked it, man. I didn't see that U or K. And then I'm gonna tell you something else I found out today. In the grocery stores, let's say for instance Oreo cookies, they got some Oreos that don't have the the U or the K on it, that's not kosher friendly, that's not safe to eat, and they got some without it. So I'm sure you got to dig in the back to find the ones with the U on it. I said, God dang! Same product, distributed from the same company. Some of them they make safe, and majority of them are not. I said, man. Simple as that. Who makes Nabisco? Who makes Oreos? They involved like that. We got to stay woke. Even on simple stuff like cookies. They said Oreos is the one example they gave. That they look for the Oreos with the U on it. If you don't see none with their U or K on it, do not eat them. That's just how much they are trying to poison us. Wow, that was cold-blooded. So not all things Oreo is created equal. They discriminating on the Oreos. Wow. Let's go. It's a lot going on. Trump in a lot of trouble. It's about to all start tumbling down. I hope once it start crumbling, I hope God don't stop. Make it all fall down. Make it all fall down. Amen. Once it crumbles, let it crumble down. Remove everybody in office that is not right. For righteousness' sake. For the saved and unsaved. We got to put us all in there. And may God, it said God reign on the just and the unjust. But let it all crumble down. Get everyone out. He's having a psychotic meltdown on the Supreme Court of Justice. Some of these people are people he put in place. Can you imagine? They having secret court meetings. I used to get it from the Jack Smith. They shut that down. Now we're getting it from sources that we know. We was just too ahead of the game. I told y'all that Jack Smith guy, he knew what he was talking about. He was there, he was in. They took that down. They do not want us to know the truth, the whole truth. So help us God. They don't want us to know the truth. So they done had a secret meeting where he done went off on the Supreme Court, cussing them all out, escorting his orange ass up out of there because he not getting this way. He is losing it. He ain't had no way. He damn sure ain't got no now. Let's listen.
Psychotic meltdown during a speech before the National Republican Congressional Committee.
Let's go. Girl, stop me. Oh, here we go.
Donald Trump just had a psychotic meltdown during a speech before the National Republican Congressional Committee in Washington, D.C. Donald Trump started off by saying, "We can't call the war in Iran a war because then I would need congressional authorization.
So
we're just going to call it an operation."
So he know he out of order.
Then Donald Trump concluded the speech by attacking the Supreme Court and calling.
So he knows that what this war that he has started is unconstitutional. If you call it a war, so that's why his house. That's why what's his name? Johnson. That's why he didn't want to call it a war. He knew. See, Trump want to do whatever he want to do, how he want to do it. It's my way or no way. I can say war if I want to. You know, losing it. Now he realized that was shit. I really can't. I don't have that type of power. I can't call it what I want to when I want to. I can't say war because if I say war, I am declaring a war. Yeah, but is it a war? Is it not a war? Then why do you need $200 billion to continue to fight this war? Huh? What you begging for? What you trying to line your pockets with? While you trying to save face on this war that you are losing. So now you can't call it a war. If it's not a war, then why are you deploying our military? Huh? If it's not a war, why are you shooting missiles? Huh? When you hit Venezuela, it was a war against drugs, wasn't it? You've been using war all over the place. You've been begging for money for the what? For the what, T-Sippers? The war. Oh, yeah, so you have already violated the Constitution of the United States. You declare war on your own. You using our tax dollars for a what? A war. So that means that you are subject to war crimes against the United States. That's what your meltdown for. Yeah, I almost called you a word, sir. That's what your meltdown for. That's why you mad. Cause your people that you put in place have to tell you the God's honest truth, or they will find themselves in trouble with the Constitution. Yeah. You don't never know when to stop. That's what your mama used to tell you a long time ago. You have no self-control. Yeah, you are over the edge. Something wrong with you up there. Auntie Fee tried to tell you that you needed to detox. You needed to detox them parasites that was eating your head up. You didn't want to listen. Yeah, because of the color of my skin. We're going to talk about that too. Yeah, we gonna talk about, Auntie Phil, you eating? Yeah, I'm eating. We're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about this right here. Yeah, the other day I tried to show y'all that Argentina guy was Bibi Netanyahu's kinfolk. And Trump. So Trump put money and Bibi Netanyahu bailed their asses out with $40 billion. He asked for 20. Trump tipped him and gave him 20 more. They used to be a part of it. They kinfolks used to be a part of that slave trade. Jewish slave trade owners. We gonna get to that too. Soon and very soon. Okay? Please don't let me forget. Let's go.
An operation. Call the war in Iran a war, because then I would need congressional authorization. So we're just gonna call it an operation. Then Donald Trump concluded the speech by attacking the Supreme Court and calling the right-wing justices who he appointed criminals. And then he just started like screaming at the Supreme Court. He was like, "You're a bunch of criminals. You're a bunch of criminals, and you're..."
Yeah, I remember every time he talked, he reverts it. He's the criminal. But now he done flipped the script, and now he's calling them everything that he is. He's the criminal. That's that reverse psychology. Psychology. Psych. Yeah. Now he flipping on the folks. And see, they supposed to owe him. That's why you got to be careful when people do something for you. Because the minute you don't come back and do what they want you to do, the minute they can't blackmail you, the minute they can't throw that shit in your face and pretty much force you to do it, then they flip on you. And then they start lying on you and make something wrong with you. You crazy, you better watch them. Oh, something, she crazy, he crazy. You unloyal. Don't be loyal to a fault, baby. That's what's going on with that girl over there in that Mo 3 sector. Folks be loyal to a fault. Because somebody was supposed to be on your side, supposed to be your team, supposed to have your back. And the minute you see errors in their ways, or the minute that you don't do what they want you to do, they're going to flip the script. And they're going to write a new script to turn everybody against you. Yeah, they're going to try to blackball you. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, wink, wink, yeah. Shout out to Mo 3. May he rest in peace. Absolutely. Absolutely. Going on right now in the Mo 3 sector. Old girl find herself crashed out for fame and fortune and clicks and views. And the minute somebody didn't do what she thought they should have done while she locked up and they won't let her ass out, then you want to blackball somebody. Try to shame them. Flip the script. Yeah, y'all better be careful with these people. Y'all hit the like button. Are y'all still with me while I'm talking? Because I don't see the chat moving. Is my system messed up again? Let me know. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I need to see some movement. I need something to show that you can hear me. I'm going to shut it down because I'm not in that type of mood. What we doing here? What we doing? What we doing?
Call it an operation. Then Donald Trump concluded.
We can hear. Oh, okay. I had to. Okay, Beverly said no. Pam Bundy over there at Big in the courts. They done got caught up, tripped up. Now they saying, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Saying,
I just got here. Hey, hippie.
In Iran a war because then I would need congressional. Donald Trump started off by saying, we can't call the war in Iran a war because then I would need congressional authorization. So we're just going to call it an operation. Then Donald Trump concluded the speech by attacking the Supreme Court and calling the right-wing justices who he appointed criminals. And then he just started like screaming at the Supreme Court. He was like, you're a bunch of criminals. You're a bunch of criminals and you're costing our country hundreds of billions. It was a complete psychotic meltdown. Let me show you what went down.
The one
You're
who's
gonna
stealing.
watch this full video. Also, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel right now. We're on our way to 7 million subscribers. Also, third war, because then I would need congressional authorization. He's just admitting that he's violating the Constitution with this disastrous war in Iran. Let's play this clip.
But they're doing it for two reasons. No, number one is they want to deflect from.
Okay, so this is another one of them clones, because here he go with that slurry. He can barely talk. So this is a different clone. You see, he ain't this orange. And he got that Pay attention. So this is the drunk clone.
Tremendous success that we're having in this military operation. I won't use the word war because they say if you use the word war, that's maybe not a good thing to do. I won't use the word war because they say that we're having in this military operation. I won't use the word war because they say if you use the word war, that's maybe not a good thing to do. They don't like the word war because you're supposed to get approval. So I'll use the word military operation, which is really what it is. It's called a military decimation. But they don't like the good publicity. They don't like to see us succeed. They want to see our country fail.
Then Donald Trump lies and said Iran wants to make a deal so badly.
Still
they're
lying.
Just scared to make the deal because we would kill them. Here, play this clip.
Like we're doing in the Middle East with Iran. And they are negotiating, by the way, and they want to make a deal so badly, but they're afraid to say it because they think that they'll be killed by their own people. They're also afraid they'll be killed by us. There's never been a head of a country that wanted that job less than being the head of Iran.
Shit.
I don't want it.
Here you go down the line.
Well, listen to some of the things they say. We hear them very clearly. They say, I don't want it. We'd like to make you the next supreme leader. No, thank you. I don't want it.
Then Donald Trump says, but the good news is we've never been respected the way we are right now. We are the hottest country ever.
Absolutely,
Everybody
JR.
loves the United States of America, he says. Deranged. Let's play this
Bisexual
Also,
PDF felon.
highly respected again, perhaps We are now respected like never, ever before.
Nobody
I don't
respects
think
you,
we
sir.
have
You don't
ever
even
been as
respect yourself.
respected now.
He up there sweating. Sweating like bullets.
You know, if you think about it, a year and a half ago, our country was viewed as a joke. We were a joke. All over the world, they were laughing at us, how stupid we were, how weak, how pathetic. Now we have the hottest
because
country
how you
anywhere
left
in
the
world. We're
country.
the hottest country in the world. King of Saudi Arabia said it.
Then Donald Trump says, you know the funny thing? I thought oil prices were going to be way higher. I thought Americans were going to have to pay much more money
That's
for
what
their
he
gas,
anticipated.
and that the stock market would be hurt even more. I'm surprised that things are looking so good right now for the American people. Deranged. Here, play this clip.
So as we rebuild, it's going to come back very quickly. It's already back. I mean, it's back. It went down a little bit. I actually thought when I went on this excursion, as I call it, excursion into hell, excursion into a terrible place.
Y'all hear him? He telling the truth. It was supposed to be an excursion to hell. He was trying to put us in hell. It was a joke to him. Folks start fighting back and standing up. It was an excursion. So I'm trying to tell y'all another CO26 excursion. Make us afraid. Stay in the house. Allow them to manipulate, steal, kill, destroy, and rebuild with our taxpayers' money. Leave us broke. Talking about the U.S. money is fraud. It's this, that. But you stealing it. You stealing it. You making it and you stealing it. Yeah, that's what you're doing. Come on. I asked y'all to hit the like button.
Here, play this clip.
So as we rebuild, it's going to come back very quickly. It's already back. I mean, it's back. It went down a little bit. I actually thought when I went on this excursion, as I call it,
that's why he gave him a plane to come see him when he wanted to.
Into a terrible place. When I went on to do something that for 47 years should have been done by any of the other presidents, and you heard numerous of them said they wished they did it, but they didn't have the guts to do it.
We didn't hear nobody say that.
We had no choice.
We heard
but
you
I thought
say
it
that.
would be much worse. I thought that the energy prices, oil price would go up higher. I thought the stock market would go somewhat lower, but it didn't matter to me. Short term, what we had to do is get rid of the cancer.
Then he goes on to say, you know, the cost of energy and electricity would have been so bad if Biden and Kamala were still in office. Do you realize you've caused economic calamity right now? Watch what he says here. Let's play this clip.
But the cost of energy and electricity would be the highest ever, which it was prior to this administration. Inflation would be soaring to country-wrecking levels. You know, we had the highest, I inherited, the highest inflation in the history of our country. They say 48 years, what difference does it make? It's the highest in the history of our country. And our nation would be ravaged by rampant
included
crime,
in that
woke
48
lunacy,
years.
and transgender for everybody. That's where we would have been. People would have been flowing into our countries at the same levels. They were destroying. They were destroying.
And then he just starts shouting, dirty, rotten cheaters.
Yes, you are.
Dirty, rotten cheaters.
Yes, you
Here,
are.
play this clip.
We had three. Because 2020 was equally good, but they cheated. Millions of us. Dirty cheats. Dirty, rotten cheaters.
I'm just going to skip to this part, then I'll go back, though. I'll skip to the end of the speech, because this is where it got super deranged, where he starts attacking what he calls rogue judges in the Supreme Court. And he's like, the Supreme Court didn't want to put a sentence at the end of it, and they screwed me. Here, play this clip.
Judges, we got rogue judges that are criminals. They're criminals. What they do to our country, the decisions that they hand down and hurt our country. And I can tell you something, I've gone through it. And the decisions,
this clip.
Judges, we got rogue judges that are criminals. They're criminals.
The ones that you
What
put
they
in
do to our
place.
country, the decisions
It's the
are
ones that
criminals.
the ones that you put in place to protect you and follow you. They are
They
the ones
screwed
that
me.
are
Here, play this.
criminals. Your homies and homegirl. They are the ones who screwed you because you was sitting up here putting them in place so that you can dictate to them. So, and they said, "Oh no, partner. Oh hell no.
Clip.
Judges,
How,
we
Robert?
got rogue judges that are criminals. They're criminals. What they do to our country, the decisions that they hand down and hurt our country. And I can tell you something, I've gone through it. And the decisions that these people
A bunch of slip that he intentionally
I
put in
got a
place."
decision on tariffs that's going to cost our country, not me, I do it a different way. Different way. Going to cost our country hundreds of billions potentially of refunds. Giving them back to people that have been ripping off our country because
So we've
the
been ripping
Supreme
off our
Court
country.
didn't want to put one little sentence that all money taken in up till this date doesn't have to be paid back.
He then calls these Supreme Court justices
So that's some side deals that he done got caught up in. And he got to get them side deals back. Them under the table deals. Yeah, that was going to cost us. Yeah, you should have tricked it up and slipped it up and played it up where it wouldn't come back to affect us, dumbass. You think that you just gonna steal all the money and make us pay it. He said, well, y'all normally do when I do what I do. And y'all ain't never said nothing before. Y'all just let me get away with it. Huh? How dare you stop me now? How dare you stop me now? We created our whole plan to fuck you and them. And we been getting away with it. You let me get away with it before. Y'all thought y'all got rid of me and I'm back. Yeah, but we ain't forgot. They tried to give you the benefit of the doubt. I knew better. Yeah, I know a crook when I see one. The hell is wrong with you? Yeah. Everybody see you now, clown.
Been ripping off our country because the Supreme Court didn't want to put one little sentence that all money taken in up till this date doesn't have to be paid back.
He then calls these Supreme Court justices he appointed
One
criminals.
sentence. You could have put that in there.
Criminal. I mean, this is literally deranged. That's why when I give you the title, Psychotic Meltdown, what the hell are we watching here? Play this clip.
Bad courts in this country are costing us a tremendous amount of money.
No,
And
they
the
are
Supreme-
costing you a tremendous amount of money. You and your family of criminals. All y'all done been caught up this whole year, last year. That's why you that's why you tried to sue the news media so that they wouldn't report it. So people would be lost in the truth because they're not seeing it on the news because you sued them on purpose. Yeah, you was finna get late night too until we stood up against our right, the freedom of speech. If they would word half of the things that they are trying to get our attention to, word it where it would we could understand it and we could see where it would affect us, hell, we would have y'all back. But y'all lie so goddamn much, we never know. But the minute y'all start playing with our freedom of speech, guess what happened? We the people shut that shit down. We the people shut it down. But they had to put it in layman's terms. And since y'all been trying to misrepresent education, you have to say it where a child could understand. They taking my right to say what I need to say and what I want to say. Oh, they trying to censor that. Because they know something's coming and they want to silence us. So all of this, the war and everything is about controlling us. Yeah, because when that COVID-19 came out, We couldn't say nothing about that COVID-19 either. Everything that they done slid in our arms, in our food, in our babies, all of this. It takes me back to the dilemma of if somebody was born A or not. People saying they was born that way. They putting it in the vaccine. It's in the Epstein files. That shit they don't want us to know. It's not just about the crimes they did with those minors. It's also about the science that they've been playing with, intentionally fucking up shit. We would have had no way of knowing that they was putting that shit, all type of stuff, in our arms for the people who took it. In babies. In babies. They are playing with sins. They are injecting it. There is a sin seed, but now because they are playing with DNA, they playing with this, they playing with that, they introducing this just to control the world, control the people. It's sick. They market this, we fall for that. They market this, we fall for that. They want us obese, lazy, to die out. Can't stop them from screwing. Can't stop them from... Well, okay, so now we finna go in there and make them mess with their feet, infertility. They don't have no control. Hell, we got to do it for them. They don't know no better. They slaves. They ignorant. We done played with the school books. We done whitewashed this. We took out that. We don't want them smart. Hell, they wasn't ever supposed to learn how to read. How they was able to learn and wasn't nobody teaching it to them, Lord in heaven only knows. They got to be chosen. They got to be the chosen one. How were they able to look at stars and follow them to get to where they were supposed to? How did they know that? How were they able to walk for miles and days to get from here to there? Yeah, we chosen. And we gonna beat y'all here too. Let's go, madman.
Supreme Court, that's right, of the United States cost our country, all they needed was a sentence, our country, hundreds of billions of dollars, and they couldn't care less.
That's him. He telling how much he been stealing. How we pay taxes and don't have rights? How we paying taxes and he trying to, this man, this devil right here trying to strip us. Cause he could care less. He telling the truth. He just trying to put it on us when that's how he feel. That's how Israel feel. That's how these imposters feel. This how these sheeps, these wolves, in sheep clothing feel. That's how these devil worshipers feel. That's how they could be doing all the things and all these sacrifices with minors and infants and shit, but never none of theirs. Never none of they don't ill their own, they don't sacrifice their own, and they're not supposed to steal from their own. Y'all better wake up.
And care less. And not that it matters, doesn't matter at all. are costing us. Taken in up till this date doesn't have to be paid back.
He then calls
Due to our country, the decisions that they hand down and hurt our country.
He talking
Now, I
about
can tell you
Israel.
something, I've gone through it. And the decisions that these people make, I got a decision on tariffs that's going to cost our country, not me, I do it a different way. Different way. Going to cost our country hundreds of billions potentially of refunds. Giving them back to people that have been ripping off our country because the Supreme Court didn't want to put one little sentence that all money taken in up till this date doesn't have to be paid back.
He then calls
He mad. He a madman here, y'all. This is blowing my mind. He said because they wouldn't put one little sentence in there to protect us. One little sentence, and it would have protected us. Why do we have to give them back the money that we stole from them? Why do we have to give back the money that we stole from y'all, from us, we the people? Why we got to give it back? Isn't this the craziest shit? And people still saying, oh, Donald Trump, he's our man. He's the greatest man in the whole wide world. He's our God. He's our God. He acting a fool, having a fucking meltdown because you don't have the money you stole to give back. Where the money at? It's supposed to be to make money for the U.S., right? Wasn't it put back in our treasury? When y'all stole it from the people? When you charged it illegally? Huh? Did the money go into the treasury? Huh? Where the money at? If we, the United States, took the money unlawfully, it's in our treasury, right? The money was put where it was supposed to go, right? I'm winking my eye, right? So if the money is there that we obtained illegally, we just gonna give the money back, right? Now, why? Now, tell me again, Donica, why you so upset? Oh, look at him. He got his mouth open. He said, God damn it, I'm going to need a pickle in my mouth after this. Bubba, where you at? I need a pickle. I need to suck on, chew on, bite on something. Yeah. The money is there, right? Oh, it ain't there. Where the money at, Donald? Oh, you put it in the off Swiss account. Oh, so you didn't put the money in the treasury. The money really wasn't for the U.S. to make money. It's in an offshore account. They got you in the name. It got U.S. in it somewhere. Like TRUMPS, Trump's account. Oh, that's why you mad. That's why you losing your mind and on these unloyal people in the Supreme Court. Well, at least your other girl, your black piece, C. Thomas, she didn't vote against you. Yeah. Let's go.
The
Yeah.
highest I inherited. The highest inflation in the history of our country.
No, what you did was inherit what you left because remember, that really wasn't Joe Biden. It's in the Epstein files. Shout out to the Epstein files. I hate to say it, but it's a lot about what's been going on in the United States that was with the CIA #1 worker, Epstein. Hell, if it wasn't for him, half the shit that they done concocted and did, we wouldn't even know. We wouldn't even know. Yeah, we didn't know that Biden was executed before he got it. So y'all got rid of him because it looked like the way he was rubbing on kids and shit and looking at kids that he was really, 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 really bad at it. But ain't nobody in the Epstein files named him. So I'm just going by the pictures and the little video clips, the way he was looking at them little girls. Yeah, but hell, I don't even know if it's true because he never met. Oh, okay. When he was up under Obama. Because he never made it in his White House position. Yeah, he never made it. Y'all took him out before then. Yeah. So we really inherited your own shit because, as you said, really wasn't nothing done because Biden wasn't there. It was the auto pen because he didn't write it himself. He didn't write it himself because he wasn't in office physically. And so you really had plans on repeating what you think or what they think was what was about to happen with Obama. So y'all try, cause you know you ain't smart enough to do shit on your own. You gotta mimic what you've seen or watch. Everything that you are doing is a mimic. Let's just stay woke. So it was gonna be Obama, and then Biden, and then Harris. So your plan was to flip it up and switch it up and don't let that happen. And you was going to make it be Trump, your sons and them, Charlie Kirk and them. So you was about to try to sew it up the same way it looked like Obama and them was going to sew it up. I get it now. Y'all hit the like button. Whether you like me or not.
Years, what difference does it make? It's the highest in the history of our country. And our nation would be ravaged by rampant crime, woke lunacy, and transgender for everybody. That's where we would have been. People would have been flowing into our countries at the same levels they were destroying. They were destroying.
And then he just starts shouting, dirty, rotten, cheaters. He goes, dirty, rotten, cheaters. Here, play this clip.
I had three, because 2020 was equally good, but they cheated. Millions of us. Dirty cheats, dirty, rotten cheaters.
I'm just going to
look at him sweating.
Part, then I'll go back, though. I'll skip to the end of the speech, because this is where it got super deranged, where he starts attacking what he calls rogue judges in the Supreme Court. And he's like, the Supreme Court didn't want to put a sentence at the end of it, and they screwed me. Here, play this clip.
Judges, we got rogue judges that are criminals. They're criminals. What they do to our country, the decisions that they hand down and hurt our country. And I can tell you something, I've gone through it. And the decisions that these people make, I've gone through it. And due to our country, the decisions that they hand down and hurt our country. And I can tell you something, I've gone through it. And the decisions that these people make, I got a decision on tariffs that's going to cost our country, not me, I do it a different way. Going to cost our country hundreds of billions potentially of refunds. Giving them back to people that have been ripping off our country because the Supreme Court didn't want to put one little sentence that all money taken in up till this date doesn't have to be paid back.
He then calls these Supreme Court justices he appointed criminals. He goes, they're a bunch of criminals. I mean, this is literally deranged. That's why when I give you the title, Psychotic Meltdown, what the hell are we watching here? Play this clip.
Bad courts in this country are costing us a tremendous amount of money. And the Supreme Court, that's right, of the United States, cost our country. All they needed was a sentence. Our country, hundreds of billions of dollars, and they couldn't care less. They couldn't care less. And not that it matters, doesn't matter at all. But two of the people that voted for that, I appointed. And they sicken me. They sicken me because they're bad for our country.
Are you tired of waking up hungover and worrying about what happened last night? That's why I've been reaching for Willie's Remedy Plus, the THC-infused social kind of feeling that makes good comforters and enjoy life.
I've settled so many Republican congressional committee, earlier portion of the speech, where he started bragging to the National Republican Congressional Committee that we settled 8 wars. He goes, people forget. I'm the peace guy. I've settled so many wars. Play this clip.
Yeah, right.
But I do. We did a lot. We settled 8 wars. People sort of forget.
Thank
And
you.
we're winning another one. I tell you, we're winning so big. Nobody's ever seen anything like we're doing in
Nick of China.
And then he says that the American people don't get to see how great we're doing in the war in Iran because of all the videos about the TSA lines. It's a cover-up, and the media is showing the TSA lines, so we're not seeing how good the war is actually going. Play this clip.
Different ones, because they don't want to settle. They want chaos. As I said, so there are great military triumphs against Iran can't be displayed on television because they're displaying airports.
In fact, what we have learned from an NBC exclusive earlier this morning is that
it sounds like they are forcing it, JR. Sound like they are forcing it. That's why he's having a panic attack about it. They keep knocking down them appeals. And then, what's her name? Bondi, she over there begging the court for apologies and begging for forgiveness. Yeah, because she got in trouble. They was in court yesterday. She begging. Oh, she begging. I'm going to show you. Please. We made a mistake. I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he having a meltdown because the people them attorneys that was quitting and some of the ones he was trusting that was going to be there all the way to the end, they like, no, you cannot say this. No. Yeah. We cannot, we got to pay it back. We tried to tell you, you stealing from the people, the U.S. citizens. Yeah, but we want them to be broke. We want to do, yeah, but it's not working the way you planned it. Bibi Netanyahu gone. Who you fighting for now? And the man that got in place, I'm trying to tell y'all, ain't going. Because he don't know nothing about them deals and he didn't get paid. Yeah. That's like when Fred Lucas went down. Ain't that his name? Shit just went haywire. The con, the thief, the gangster, the mafia, everything started crumbling. And then you start saying, well, me and Big Boy already had a deal, and you like, hey, shit, they ain't had nothing to do with me. You paid him, you ain't paid me. Lord, I sound like a gangster, but I'm just trying to get y'all to understand. That's the deal you had with him. You got to make a new one with me, partner. Or we finna continue to move forward, because this is a war, and we burning. We didn't get paid to look the other way. Y'all better stay woke. Oh, yeah, he finna feel this. He in trouble. Yeah. His plan was to leave us broke, but it looked like he is broke. Every dime he get, it's going someplace else.
Committee that we settled 8 wars. He goes, people forget. I'm the peace guy. I've settled so many wars. Play this clip.
100%. But I do. We did a lot. We settled 8 wars. People sort of forget.
Are you sniffing?
We're winning another one. I tell you, we're winning.
Is he sniffing? Is this clown is he a lion sniffer? I mean, wait, what? Did I just hear a loud sniffle? Oh, shit.
Where he started bragging to the National Republican Congressional Committee that we settled 8 wars. He goes, people forget. I'm the peace guy. I've settled so many wars. Play this clip.
100%. But I do. We did a lot. We settled 8 wars. People sort of forget.
Did y'all hear that? That's why he over here sweating. Did y'all hear that?
Wars. Play this clip.
100%. But I do. We did a lot. We settled 8 wars. People sort of forget. And we're winning another one. I tell you, we're winning so big. Nobody's ever seen anything like we're doing in the Middle East with Iran.
And then he says that the American people don't get to see how great we're doing in the war in Iran because of all the videos about the TSA lines. It's a cover-up, and the media is showing the TSA lines.
Y'all's desire. Wait a minute.
Play this clip.
Different ones, because they don't want to settle. They want chaos. As I said, so there are great military triumphs against Iran can't be displayed on television because they're displaying airports.
In fact, what we have learned from an NBC exclusive earlier this morning is that Trump's advisors, if you even want to call them that, prepare hype reels for him, 2 minutes each day, where they just show the United States bombing things in Iran, and then they say, you see how great the war is going? Everything's amazing, Donald. And that's how he's getting his news about the war. Deranged. Donald Trump brags about getting trillions of dollars from Saudi Arabia,
Wow.
UAE,
Did a
and
line
Qatar.
before he came
guess
out?
what, Donald? They were paying you for play. Pay for play. Quid pro quos. Now you've got Qatar Energy completely destroyed. You've set
They
back
propagandizing
the
him.
development of these Mideast nations that were trying to diversify away from oil and develop tourism sectors. You've gutted it. You've destroyed it. For real. Even if this war ended tomorrow, which it's not, you've destroyed the future of these nations, and that's going to have a ripple effect on not just their economies, but the world economies.
Absolutely.
These are people who invested in the United States stock market and real estate and various
They lying
things.
big time.
Play this clip.
King of Saudi Arabia said it. He said, sir, I was in Saudi Arabia, came back with $2 trillion for our country. I came back with $2 trillion from Saudi, $2 trillion from Qatar.
Did you put it in the treasury, sir? I mean, if you came back with all of this, then, and you put it back in the treasury, then give the people back, the businesses in those countries where you stole their money, the terrorists, and it's even. It's in his pocket. While you bragging on one hand or stealing, you crying in the other one for getting caught and having to give it back. And then on top of that, you took a line or two because you sweating your ass off. You done sweated off the dye, the coloring. You done, what? And you sweating your ass off. I mean, oh my God. Oh my God. Look at you. You look like you moisturized your face and that ain't nothing but look at his eyes, y'all. I mean, lit, excuse my French, the fuck up. Lit the fuck up. And I know he gonna go back. He went back and I told them son so pictures off. Oh my God. Oh.
I came back with $2 trillion for our country. I came back with $2 trillion from Saudi, $2 trillion from Qatar.
That's 4. That's 4. So, oh, you came back with 4 and you put 2 back and you kept 2 for yourself. You said you worked hard for that. Look at him, girl. I mean, y'all, he just is loaded.
I came back with $2 trillion from Saudi, $2 trillion from Qatar, $2 trillion from UAE. Oh, they're great. They're all fighting. They got hit. Nobody expected them to get hit. It made them angry. They came to our side immediately, all of them, and others.
And Donald Trump's like, we're so
hey,
hot.
Daryl.
We have the hottest party right now. Play this clip.
Meltdown.
Congratulations. Well, we have a hot party. We have a very hot party, and we have
Hot party. What that mean? You got some minors and shit in the parties. You got some traffic and shit going on in the party. You got some white, some pink powder. Yeah, is that why you sweating, sniffing and snorting and shit? Forgot you was in front of folk, forgot that your ass was on camera. Spazzing the fuck out. Excuse my French, cause you know that is what it is. Stealing, confess to stealing and shit. Put a little bit something back for yourself. Yeah. And then, you know. Ain't that how? No, he went along. He was like, what? Allegedly. Yeah, let's go.
said, sir, I was in Saudi Arabia, came back with $2 trillion for our country. I came back with $2 trillion from Saudi, $2 trillion from Qatar,
Baby all special.
$2 trillion from UAE. Oh, they're great. They're all fighting. They got hit. Nobody expected they were going to get hit. It made them angry, and they came to our side immediately, all of them, and others.
And Donald Trump's like, we're so hot. We have the hottest party right now. Play this clip.
Congratulations. Well, we have a hot party. We have a very hot party, and we have a group that likes to see our country in trouble, and we're going to do something about it. But I want to.
And then MAGA Mike Johnson says that, great speech, Donald. Donald, great speech. We've created an award for you. It's called the America First Award. Watch this.
Oh, wow.
The president has done so much for the American people, and we want to honor him in some small way, some token of our appreciation for his leadership. And so tonight we have created a new award. We're going to do something we've never done before. We're going to honor him with a new award that we'll present annually from this point forward. But he is the suitable and fitting recipient of the first ever America First Award. We can think of no better title for what that is.
Pump a Clown Up Award.
That's this beautiful golden statue here, appropriate for the new golden era in America. And we want to let you know before we bring the president out and
More for MAGA Mike Johnson, and MAGA Mike Johnson goes, you know what? We inherited such a mess from Biden and Kamala, and Donald, you fixed it. We are in a golden age right now. America
Whoa,
is thriving.
whoa,
There's
tomatoes,
peace across the
tomatoes.
world. Everything is more affordable. Promises made, promises kept. Donald, we
Boo!
did it. If you think I'm exaggerating that craziness, let's play the clip right here.
Commercial came right on time. Because we was finna chunk tomatoes. Yeah.
to take just one moment and thank everyone for being here. You are such a big part of this
Little
team.
man.
That's exactly right. The beginning of the second Trump administration will go down in history as one of the most consequential of all time. You think of the messes that we had to fix from the 4 years of Biden and Kamala Harris and the disaster that the Democrats brought in every metric of public policy. We had to fix everything. And we got to work in January with the mandate that the American people gave us to do just that. It is all attributed to leadership. And President Donald J. Trump will go down as clearly one of the greatest, if not the greatest presidents of all time. That is no kidding.
Maggot.
Of course, it's not a Donald Trump speech unless he attacks Obama. So here he is attacking Obama.
Obama gave them the absolute right title and interest, gave everything to Iran. You remember that? When Bibi Netanyahu came over and begged him not to do it, he gave Iran the right to have it.
Were you not boy, I can sure catch you with your mouth open, can't I? Were you not in deals with Iran? Did you not tear up a plan from Obama? And you don't have one, that's why you're losing this war? Obama knew how to make deals respectfully. And we didn't have no war. You came over here tearing up shit, opening your mouth, sucking and biting on shit that you shouldn't have been fooling with. Yeah. And you things up. But carry on with your lie.
Nuclear weapon at the highest level within a very short period of time. And I terminated that agreement as soon as I came to office.
Yeah, but Biden never, they said Biden was never president. He never made it. They unalived him.
3 years ago, would have been used a long time ago.
So who was filling in for him? Who was filling in for Biden if he was unalive in 2019, 2016, 2019, whichever year? 2 people clap. Yeah, this is hell, but it ain't but 20 people in there.
The second time with those beautiful B-2 bombers. They went in and they knocked the hell out of the nuclear potential. And if they didn't do that attack, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks to 4 weeks after the attack.
Then he says we need to start chanting, "Make America Great Again, Make America Great Again." Play this clip.
The greatest phrase in the history of politics, "Make America Great Again." It really is the greatest.
Y'all need to remember, y'all may need to understand that he was a part of an era. He was a part of a era. The man is damn near 80. So he was a part of an era. Yeah, so in their mind, you know, that's why he loves Christopher Columbus, because Christopher Columbus, you know, made claims to finding shit that was already ours. So he likes Christopher Columbus because he steals. Well, he stole, he illed, and destroyed. So why folk, black folk, all folk that's not Jewish, thinking that he's talking about, he's talking about making all of us slaves again. I tried to pinch it a little bit for y'all a couple of weeks ago when I brought up Bibi Netanyahu's blood relative, the President Javier, Milanovsky. He just changed his names. You know, they all good at changing their names. Every one of the 3 at the top has changed their last name. Trump is a grump, dump, some mess of a last name. Bibi Netanyahu is Bibi Milanovsky, and Javier Milei is Javier Milanovsky. Y'all better stay woke. They lie in our face, and we just believe. I don't, but a lot of folks just believe in every little thing they say. So that making America great again is making America slaves again. So chant it if you want to. Think that you one of the good old boys if you want to. You see what's happening in the bill. You see what's happening in the bill. They don't use them as a scapegoat. Y'all say before.
But we've used it.
But guess what? Now he out of how many millions? And they still ain't brought his ass up. They still protecting his ass. But they don't pop Bill again this week. Huh? How Bill get popped again? He done lost money. He done went to prison. And now he finna lose some more money. And they protecting him, the Epstein files. How's that? And y'all folk, the darker shades of the 50 Shades of Brown, wanting to still think that y'all are a part of MAGA. Silly rabbit. Silly rabbit. Old boy in Florida thought that he had finally made it. He's a part of MAGA. So he thought, did he win? Did he win? Hell to the no. To the no.
Like it anywhere in the world. We have the.
And then Donald Trump describes the war in terms of what a 4-year-old, no offense to
the nuclear potential. And if they didn't do that attack, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks to 4 weeks after the attack.
Then he says we need to start chanting, "Make America Great Again, Make America Great Again." Play this clip.
The greatest phrase in the history of politics, make America great again. It really is.
Yep.
It's a great.
Yeah, he always stealing. JR?
And we probably have to start, we'll never abandon that phrase, but we'll probably have to start changing, because when you say make America great again, that means it's not great now. We've made America great. We've rebuilt our military. You know, I rebuilt our military in the first term. I didn't think I'd use it this much, but we've used it, and there's no
Sweating his
military
ass
like
off,
it
y'all.
anywhere in the world. We have the
And then Donald Trump describes the war in terms of what a 4-year-old, no offense to 4-year-olds, would say. He was like, they shot 100 missiles at our thing. 100 missiles at our thing.
What thing?
But their Navy, we knocked out everything. It's amazing. We have the greatest military. We make the greatest military equipment. And now, if you notice, I said you got to make it faster. Got to make more of it, because we need it. All made in America, but we make the greatest. You know, we had an attack. 100 missiles were shot by Iran at a very important thing that we had. I won't tell you what it was.
Because you don't know.
Reasons. 100 missiles going 2,000 miles an hour were coming at this element of importance, tremendous power and importance.
There you have it, folks. Let me know what you think.
Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. It's just crazy. Oh, but I got another one for you with oh boy. I mean, because they are censoring the news. So, oh no, they're censoring it. Yes, indeed. Hit the like button. Absolutely censored. All hell breaks loose. Let's go.
It has been sending drones to Iran. All hell is breaking loose as Russia has entered Donald Trump's war against Iran in a big way. Russia ain't hiding the fact that it has been sending drones to Iran, along with satellite imagery, targeting data, and intelligence support that has been crippling to the United States. And Vladimir Putin, all hell is breaking loose as Russia has entered Donald Trump's war against Iran.
He told him to back down.
Russia ain't hiding the fact that it has been sending drones
They ain't
to
hiding.
Iran, along with satellite imagery, targeting data, and intelligence support that has been crippling to the United States.
They ain't hiding.
Vladimir Putin and Lavrov and Yushakov and Dmitriev, the crew that keeps on meeting with Witkoff and Kushner, who keep getting more concessions out of the United States, they're out there bragging and boasting that the United States military bases throughout the Middle East have been obliterated. You want to use the word obliterated, Donald? Meeting with Witkoff and Kushner, who keep getting more concessions out of the United States, they're out there bragging and boasting that the United States military bases throughout the Middle East have been obliterated. You want to use the word obliterated, Donald? New York Times is reporting how Iran just wrecked all of America's Gulf bases. Kuwait gutted with collapsed roofs and smashed radar. 17 U.S. sites have been hit in the Middle East region. $800 million or more in damage in weeks. Our troops have basically abandoned all of the American military bases in the Middle East. May I repeat that? Our troops have abandoned basically all of the military bases in the Middle East, and now they are working remotely from hotels, while Iran is utilizing a spy network to try to find which hotels U.S. troops are at to target those hotels.
Oh, wow!
As Anthony Scaramucci, right? troops have abandoned basically all of the military bases in the Middle East, and now they are working remotely from hotels, while Iran is utilizing a spy network to try to find which hotels U.S. troops are at to target those hotels.
Oh, wow.
As Anthony Scaramucci writes, a forever basing empire is a $1 trillion liability. Time for a lean navy over the horizon posture before the next war bleeds us dry. The next war, Anthony, how about this right here? I mean, I'll throw up this B-roll right here. You want to see how they are developing or have already developed the military of the future in China right here with these drone swarms. You see, unlike the United States that has continued to build these outdated THAAD and Patriot systems, which we forced on and pushed on the Middle East allies and others, these drone swarms and the drone interceptors, because that's how wars are fought now in 2026, have been perfected by China. And China has been boasting and bragging throughout this entire week by showing these videos about just how successful their preparedness is for the battle of the future. Just take a look at this New York Times article, though, about how successful Russia has been at transferring this data to Iran to target these American bases, while Donald Trump continues to be a Putin bootlicker publicly. Now, the New York Times doesn't say, oh, well, Russia gave these coordinates. Just put together the Financial Times story about Russia just announcing that it's doing this, and the New York Times story, and it's obvious what is taking place right here. Just take a look right here at what the New York Times article says. Many of the 13 military bases in the region used by American troops are all but uninhabitable. Iran has bombed U.S. bases across the Middle East in retaliation for the U.S.-Israeli war, forcing many American troops to relocate to hotels and office spaces throughout the region, according to military personnel and American officials. By the way, this is leaking out because our commanders, our military leaders in the Middle East are trying to send messages back home for us to hear them what a freaking disaster this war is. We hear you. We know the message you're trying to send. That's why we're making a video about it right here to educate the people how Donald Trump has thrown you all under the bus, and now you're all in hiding in hotels. Should be a pretty big story, right? And all our military bases are abandoned right now, and our soldiers and troops are hiding in hotels. So now much of the land-based military is in essence fighting the war while working remotely, with the exception of fighter pilots and crews operating and maintaining war plans and conducting strikes. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has urged people to report these new locations as it hunts for the dispersed troops. U.S. military officials say that the threat is not stopping the Pentagon from carrying out the war against Iran, which is in its fourth week. Many of the 13 military bases in the region used by American troops are all but uninhabitable, with the ones in Kuwait, which is next door to Iran, suffering perhaps the most.
Y'all gonna help me reach my goal?
6 U.S. service members were killed in a strike.
I have a goal set. Come on, y'all, hit the like button. Help me reach my goal.
Center. Iranian drones and missiles also targeted the Ali al-Salam airbase, damaging aircraft structure and injuring personnel at Camp Buring, damaging maintenance and fuel facilities. In Qatar, Iran struck the Al Udeid Air Base.
Thank you, me. Thank you, JR. Come on, me. Woo, did I make it?
Drones damaged communications equipment and several refueling.
Woo, I was trying to hold my me. Oh, we was close. We was close. Hold on, I'm trying to get it back. Oh, we was close. We was kind of close. We was almost there. We was halfway there. I was trying to hold my me. And Janet. And Jay. Me and Jays. Come on, y'all. Hit the like button. They didn't like my J's. They didn't like my me's. I don't care. I don't care. Thank y'all for the support. Thank y'all. Come on. I'm going to set another one in for the next 30 minutes here shortly. Y'all need to help me reach my goals. I'm an hour and 16 minutes in. I have 103 people right in here right now, and I only have 41 likes. What's the deal? What's the deal, Pickle? Bill Pickle? Do we need to have a pickle break? It's Picklegate, ain't it? Huh? Let me back this up. I was not paying attention. I was singing my me's. What did I miss? Let's go.
Commanders,
Hi,
our
Ines.
military leaders in the Middle East are trying to send messages back home for us to hear them. What a freaking disaster this war is. We hear you. We know the message you're trying to send. That's why we're making a video about it right here to educate the people how Donald Trump has thrown you all under the bus, and now you're all in hiding in hotels. Should be a pretty big story, right? And all our military bases are abandoned right now, and our soldiers and troops are hiding in hotels. So now much of the land-based military is in essence fighting the war while working remotely, with the exception of fighter pilots and crews operating and maintaining war plans and conducting strikes. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has urged people to report these new locations as it hunts for the dispersed troops. U.S. military officials say that the threat is not stopping the Pentagon from carrying out the war against Iran, which is in its fourth week. Many of the 13 military bases in the region used by American troops are all but uninhabitable, with the ones in Kuwait, which is next door to Iran, suffering perhaps the most damage. 6 U.S. service members were killed in a strike on Port Shuaba that destroyed an Army Tactical Operations Center. Iranian drones and missiles also targeted the Ali al-Salam airbase, damaging aircraft structure and injuring personnel at Camp Buring, damaging maintenance and fuel facilities. In Qatar, Iran struck the Al Udeid Air Base, the regional air headquarters of U.S. Central Command, damaging an early warning radar system. In Bahrain, a one-way Iranian attack drone struck communications equipment at the headquarters of the U.S. Fifth Fleet. At Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, Iranian missiles and drones damaged communications equipment and several refueling tankers. And folks, this data, these strike targets, these resources are coming from Russia. By the way, you know who was saying it? The foreign minister of Iran 3 weeks ago, Aragchi. He was asked, remember I showed you the clip? Who is helping you? China and Russia. You sure? Yes. What are they doing? Militarily, economically, politically. The guy said it out loud. Well, I appreciate that the Financial Times is reporting about it now, but he said it 3 weeks ago. That's what I was talking about here. So, according to the Financial Times, citing officials briefed on the matter, Russia is sending these phased shipment of drones, medicine, and food to Iran. The deliveries began early March. They're continuing to right now. As John M. Lariar explains, this is notable because earlier yesterday, news broke that Israel struck a key node for the Russo-Iranian trade networks, the Bandar Anzali port on the Caspian Sea, striking C2 hubs, warships, and shipyard infrastructure. By the way, take a look at the map, though, where the Caspian Sea is. You'll see it's like right there between Iran and Russia. So it's right. We've been focusing on the Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf, right? You go a little bit more west, and that's where you have the Red Sea. But you go a little bit more north, and you have the Caspian Sea right there, right? And that's that sea essentially connected for the Russo shipment of drones. All of America's Gulf bases. Kuwait gutted with collapsed roofs and smashed radar. 17 U.S. sites have been hit in the Middle East region. $800 million or more in damage in weeks. Our troops have basically abandoned all of the American military bases in the Middle East. May I repeat that? Our troops have abandoned basically all of the military bases in the Middle East. And now they are working remotely from hotels, while Iran is utilizing a spy network to try to find which hotels
Lavender,
US
magnesium,
troops are at
super
to
A.
target
That's what I'm
those
on right now.
hotels.
They
As
spying
Anthony
on us.
Scaramucci writes, a forever basing empire is a $1 trillion liability. Time for a lean navy over the horizon posture before the next war bleeds us dry. The next war, Anthony, how about this right here? I mean, I'll throw up this B-roll right here. You want to see how they are developing or have already developed the military of the future in China right here with these drone swarms. You see, unlike the United States, that has continued to build these outdated THAAD and Patriot systems, which we forced on and
Get that
pushed on the
magnesium in
Middle
there,
East
y'all.
allies and others.
Lavender,
These
lime
drone
A.
swarms and the drone interceptors, because
I don't know
that's
if y'all
how
can
wars
see it.
are fought now in 2026, have been perfected by China. And China has been boasting and bragging throughout this entire week by showing these
So
videos.
now I'm looking over here. Trump. What's his line ass? I be trying to get y'all to be able to see it. I don't know how to hold it right. Hold on. Let me read it. As per Iranian government request, please let this statement serve to represent that I am pausing the period of energy plant destruction by 10 days to Monday, April the 6th at 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. Talks are ongoing, and despite erroneous statements to the contrary by the fake news, not by you, fake news media, you, your true social mess, your lie social, and others, they are going very well. Now, why would the people that you say you talking to tell us that you're not talking to them, or they not talking to you? This was an hour ago. So who do we believe? Do we believe them? Why would they lie? If y'all talking, y'all talking. Why would they deny hide talking to you? Yeah. Confused, y'all. They just it just
about
confused.
just how successful
here
their
it is.
preparedness is.
Can y'all see it now? Or maybe it's on this end. Let me see. There you go. So now I can make you smaller. Fox News, Fox fake news. But they write for him. They lie about everything else. So he putting it out. Things ain't going his way. In other words, things are not going his way. And he's been told to slow it down. Now he gonna be defiant. You know, he don't follow instructions. He don't do what he's supposed to do. He just delusional. So he's having a psychotic meltdown breakdown. They done gave him, I guess, I'm assuming, something. They done gave him a little something to try to calm him down. Somebody's writing for him. I don't know. But he done downshift in gears. Let's go.
How about this right here? I mean, I'll throw up this B-roll right here. You want to see how they
and
are
Bibi Netanyahu
developing
say he
or
doing it
have
on his
already
own.
developed the military of the future.
Both
in
of them
China
got
right
clones.
here with these drone swarms. You see, unlike the United States, that has continued to build these outdated THAAD and Patriot systems, which we forced on and pushed on the Middle East allies and others. These drone swarms and the drone interceptors, because that's how wars are fought now in 2026, have been perfect.
Now hold up, y'all. Now, now, them folk in Trump went to Memphis the other day. You know, this past weekend and stuff. It looked like before they wasn't nothing changed and nothing about the National Guards being in Memphis. Now they in the mound, y'all. Now they slinging people down, holding them down. I had just talked to somebody in South Memphis and said that they couldn't arrest or detain them. They are arresting and detaining them now after Trump took his ass to Memphis. Let's go.
Affected by China. And China has been boasting and bragging throughout this entire week by showing these videos about just how successful their preparedness is for the battle of the future. Just take a look at this New York Times article, though, about how successful Russia has been at transferring this data to Iran to target these American bases, while Donald Trump continues to be a Putin bootlicker publicly.
A bootlicker.
Now, the New York Times doesn't say, oh,
bootlicker. Oh Lord, oh Lord. He got some special kind of moonshine. Got him crashing out like old English 800. My mama used to call it ignorant juice when my brothers used to get high off of them funny little cigarettes with that strange little smell and sipping on some old English 800. My mama say every time y'all come in here clowning, forgetting who run shit up in here. Y'all asses have been smoking them funny little cigarettes and drinking that ignorant juice. If y'all got brothers and sisters, aunties and uncles that may be older than me, ask them, do they know anything about that ignorant juice? Baby! When they's trying to climb through the windows that they done took the screen off of, stepping on bricks to get back in the house. And my mama's sitting in their room waiting for them to cut on the light as they climbing through that door. First you hear her say, oh, you smell like them funny little cigarettes. And now you think you grown because you been sipping on that ignorant juice. You think you finna talk to me crazy. I'm finna beat your ass like you done stole something. Yeah, if you can't follow my rules and regulations up in this house, my house, then you too grown to be up in here. But you only talk like this and act like this when you smoking them funny little cigarettes and drinking that ignorant juice. Oh my God, boy, that was a flash from the past, baby, cause That was a long time ago. My older brothers and sisters are quite a few years older than me. I think 11, 12, that boy, man. Rest in peace to my oldest brother. Lord have mercy. Oh, my Lord. Lord, rest in peace. Rest in peace. But baby, back in the day when they was young, drinking that old English 800. They both did. They ain't go to the military too. I don't know why I see him in a military suit. But anyway, let me move on. I know my other brother did for a little bit, baby, but Van could sure drink that old funky old English 800 mess. Do you hear me? He could sure drink that. I ain't never seen him drink nothing but old English. Lord have mercy. And he was the more mild-mannered of my two brothers, but had the worst temper when things got ugly. Oh my God. And my mama blamed everything on them, that funny little cigarettes, but mainly that ignorant juice. That's what it sounds like he talking about right here, where he said that old moonshine shit. Let's go.
Look at this New York Times article, though, about how
Back in the
successful
day,
Russia
parents
has been
wanted
at
you in the
transferring this
house
data to
on
Iran
time and not
to
a minute
target
after.
these
You ain't
American
never lied to
bases,
me. You better
while
beat
Donald
them
Trump
lights.
continues to be a Putin bootlicker publicly. Now,
Bootlicker.
the New York Times doesn't say, oh,
But back in the day, things was a whole lot different because my mama had rules for the girls that were way more lenient than the boys. Like girls wasn't supposed to take out the trash, and boys, believe it or not, were not supposed to clean nothing but they room. Nothing but they room was outside, outside stuff. But cleaning the bathroom, toilets, and they used to have to clean the bathtub after themselves. But like household chores, all they had to clean was their room. And they were supposed to mow the yards, and my mama had an electric lawnmower, so the youngest of my brothers, he would always somehow or another run over the electric cord. My brother would run over the electric cord every week. It was his week to mow the yard so that he could not finish mowing the yard until my mama outsmarted him and bought some extra lawnmower cards. And then told him, if you cut over this cord, I'ma use what's left on your ass. Oh my God. Oh my God. How funny. And I think my sister that's next to me, a few years older than me, started mowing the yard so he wouldn't get a whooping with the card. Ain't that nothing? Oh my goodness. That times have truly changed. Let's go.
well, Russia gave these coordinates. Just put together.
Let me hear this bootlicker again.
Preparednesses for the battle of the future. Just take a look at this New York Times article, though, about how successful Russia has been at transferring this data to Iran to target these American bases, while Donald Trump continues to be a Putin bootlicker publicly. Now, the New York Times doesn't say, oh, well, Russia gave these coordinates. just put together the Financial Times story about Russia just announcing that it's doing this, and the New York Times story, and it's obvious what is taking place right here. Just take a look right here at what the New York Times article says. Many of the 13 military bases in the region used by American troops are all
China guy.
Iran has bombed U.S.
The
bases
rockets.
across the Middle East in retaliation for the U.S.
China guy and the
war,
rockets.
forcing many American troops to relocate to hotels and office spaces throughout the region, according to military personnel and American officials. By the way, this is leaking out because our commanders, our military leaders in the Middle East are trying to send messages back home for us to hear them. What a freaking disaster this war is.
Wow.
We hear you. We know the message you're trying to send. That's why we're making a video about it right here to educate the people how Donald Trump has thrown you all under the bus, and now you're all in hiding in hotels. Should be a pretty big story, right?
Right, but they don't want us to know.
Bases are abandoned right now, and our soldiers and troops are hiding in hotels. So now much of the land-based military is in essence fighting the war while working remotely, with the exception of fighter pilots and crews operating and maintaining.
This is not our war. You know, how can we stand behind the Constitution when the war that they're in is not our war? They're not fighting for the United States of America. They're not fighting for the United States. They took an oath to fight for our country. So we can't pick and choose what part. This is not what they signed up for. So hell yeah, I say let him hide. It's like he's sacrificing our country, our men for a war that's not ours. So we gonna use the soldiers, and when it becomes their war, hell, they gonna be all gone. Ain't nobody gonna be here to fight for the country, cause we gonna use them to fight for a country that's not theirs. So once we turn the missiles on them, ain't nobody gonna be there. Come on now. Ain't nobody sacrifice their life for Israel. Let them fake Jews get out there and fight for their own self. They the ones that's faking and shaking, stealing and dealing. So let their kids go out there and fight for their inheritance, since they family is the one that's doing all this crooked shit. Mr. Boston, you send your kids over there to fight for another country. He didn't go through the Constitution. He did not go through the proper chain of command. He did what Bibi Netanyahu told him to do. So his inheritance, his kids, his lineage. Yeah, the fake Jews need to go over there and fight. Fuck you mean? You better get on away from here with that stupid shit. I don't want nobody, and I do mean nobody that I know that's in the military sacrificing their life for a country that's not ours. And then when they flip the script and turn on us, we're not going to have none of our soldiers who's willing to fight for us will be available too, because they'll be wounded or unalive. You've lost your mind. Now get your ass up out of here. Respectfully, you thought I was caught up in my laugh. You thought you was going to catch me slipping. Silly rabbit. Tricks up for motherfucking kids. Fuck you think you talking to? Like we supposed to be okay with this foolishness. Lying to us in our face about how many of our men who have lost their lives have been endangered and wounded for a fight that's not ours. He's stealing from us, and we paying for this shit. Like he loyal to us when he's very much not loyal in our face. He's using our men to turn on the U.S. citizens. He thought I was slipping, Janet. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I saw it. I saw it past my giggles. Going back in my past. My brothers. Yeah. I ain't slow. Let's go.
And conducting strikes. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has urged people to report these new locations.
JR, he thought I was
as it
slipping.
hunts for the dispersed troops. U.S. military officials say that the threat is not stopping the Pentagon from carrying out the war against Iran, which is in its fourth week. Many of the 13 military bases in the region used by
Occupy
American
Democrats
troops
say he's
are
smoking
all but
crack. Is he
uninhabitable,
smoking crack?
with the ones in Kuwait, which is next door to Iran, suffering perhaps the most damage. 6 U.S. service members were killed in a strike on Port Shuaba that destroyed an Army Tactical Operations Center. Iranian drones and missiles also targeted the Ali al-Salam airbase, damaging aircraft structure and injuring personnel at Camp Buring, damaging maintenance and fuel facilities. In Qatar, Iran struck the Al Udeid Air Base, the regional air headquarters of U.S. Central Command, damaging an early warning.
Iran wants to make me their supreme leaders. Their supreme leader. They need to sit him down, y'all. They need to sit him down right now.
Radar system in Bahrain, a one-way Iranian attack drone struck communications equipment at the headquarters of the U.S. Fifth Fleet. At Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, Iranian missiles and drones damaged communications equipment and several refueling tankers. And folks, this data, these strike targets, these resources are coming from Russia. By the way, you know who was saying it? The foreign minister of Iran 3 weeks ago, Aragchi. He was asked, remember I showed you the clip? Who is helping you? China and Russia. You sure? Yes. What are they doing? Militarily, economically, politically. The guy said it out loud. Well, I appreciate that the Financial Times is reporting about it now, but he said it 3 weeks ago. That's what I was talking about here. So, according to the Financial Times, citing officials briefed on the matter, Russia is sending these phased shipment of drones, medicine, and food to Iran. The deliveries began early March. They're continuing to right now. As John M. Lariar explains, this is notable because earlier yesterday, news broke that Israel struck a key node for the Russo-Iranian trade networks, the Bandar Anzali port on the Caspian Sea, striking C2 hubs, warships, and shipyard infrastructure. By the way, take a look at the map, though, where the Caspian Sea is. You'll see it's like right there between Iran and Russia. So it's, right, we've been focusing on the Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf, right? You go a little bit more west, and that's where you have the Red Sea. But you go a little bit more north, and you have the Caspian Sea right there, right? And that's that sea essentially connecting Iran with Russia. So in the past 24 hours, we saw Israel striking ships in the Caspian Sea. Why? Because Russia has been giving Iran all of these weapons. I believe China has been as well, but I think there's a more reluctance to strike at China right now. So when I say the world is literally in a war right now, whether you choose to call that a world war or not, can we observe what is actually happening? I'll give you more data points on that as well. Additionally, to those who think that Russia sending drones back to Iran.
Somebody, it was a test for NATO. I got him in my other ear.
Is foolish due to Iran being the original producer of the Shahed drones. Wrong. Russia has onshored production for much of its Shahed supply during the ongoing Russian-Ukrainian war, and such measures have allowed them to produce and field Shaheds at a massive scale. So you know how, like, car companies, right, Japanese car companies, right, they have factories in the United States. There are Toyota plants and Honda plants, right? There are Shahed drone plants in Russia where they manufacture these. So when the U.S. is striking these Shahed drone plants, say in Iran, They're being brought over through the Caspian Sea from Russia to Iran. And also, Iran keeps a lot of its Shaheeds underground in these structures that almost look like super malls, but they're underground. And that's where Iran keeps its ballistic missiles and Shahed drones. So it's just worth mentioning that as well. Meanwhile, in the past 24 hours, President Zelensky, who courageously, heroically, and against all odds continues a strong counteroffensive against Russia, keeping Ukraine safe. They've developed such incredible drone interceptor technology in Ukraine, their own proprietary stuff. Drone interceptors use drones to intercept drones. They also have this like netting systems. It's really complex and complicated. And they have the intellectual know-how to work these radars against these Shaheeds and the ballistic missiles better than anyone else in the world. And one of the things that Zelensky's saying is, hello, we know this for a fact that Russia sought to blackmail the United States by offering to stop sharing military intelligence with Iran if Washington cut off Ukraine from any of its intelligence.
Oh yeah, they be clowning them with
Zelensky
the
says,
little
I have reports
cartoons.
from our intelligence services showing Russia is doing just that. But again, at every step of the way, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, the whole Trump regime keeps rewarding Russia, right? You have the fact that Witkoff and Kushner keep on meeting with Yushakov and Dmitriev. Donald Trump continues to blame Zelensky and not Putin for Putin's war against Ukraine, right? You have Donald Trump and his despicable regime removing sanctions from Russian oil. Russia's been able to make billions and billions of dollars and revive its economy that was teetering.
Delete Me makes it easy, quick, and safe to remove your personal data online at a time when surveillance and data breaches are common enough. AS.
And then you have J.D. Vance being sent
Oh,
by
Lord.
Donald Trump to Hungary April 7th and 8th to try to prop up Viktor Orban in
Game
Hungary,
over.
the right-wing authoritarian who is a Putin puppet put there to destroy the European Union. Now, if you look at the Hungary elections coming up pretty soon, those elections are set for April 12th, right? J.D. Vance making the final pitch for Putin's guy in Hungary. Look at the polling right now, where the Tyza party, which is the pro-democracy party, is beating the Fidesz party. The Fidesz is Orban's party. The Tyza party is the pro-democracy, pro-EU party, as Michael Weiss points out. So if Orban tries to steal this, and he almost certainly will, it'll be Euro-mated on steroids in an EU-NATO country. Watch closely, America, because Tyza party has widened its lead over Orban's Fidesz to 23 points among decided voters. So Orban and Putin are going to pull some stunt, the same thing that Donald Trump's going to try to do in the midterms here. Focus a lot on what's happening there. It has these international repercussions. But the broader point I want to make is our military bases in the Middle East have actually been obliterated with the help of Russia to Iran, and we're out there helping Russia. So when Donald Trump's like, Russia, do we see the damage that Russia has inflicted? We've been eviscerated in the Middle East in terms of our military bases. You also have Russia mocking the social media posts that have been made by Donald Trump. So RT, which is Russia's propaganda, this is what they post. White House mistakenly posts nuke launching soon.
Okay.
What the F-U-C-K are you tweeting? That's what Russian propaganda. They're mocking Trump because Trump's White House posted a cryptic video that makes like a ding. This is a real post on the Instagram and other social media channels like X, formerly Twitter, of the White House. Play this clip. And here's this other strange video posted by the White House that Russia was calling out and saying, what the F is this? Here, play this clip.
It's launching soon, right?
Yeah, what are we doing? What the
Losing our
hell is
mind.
going on with our country? I mean, seriously, what the hell is going on? Who are these people running our country? They're running it into the ground. Not sure if you knew about this, but yesterday the UN General Assembly adopted a resolution on the enslavement of Africans as the gravest crime against humanity. 123 countries voted in favor to say that, yes, Enslavement of Africans was one of the greatest crimes against humanity, but the U.S., Israel, and Argentina were the only countries that voted against it. U.S., Israel, and Argentina voted against the idea that enslavement of Africans was the gravest crime against humanity. That's just a random thing that happened in the day yesterday. As I've been talking about on other videos as well, the United States military base in Erbil, Iraq, also one of those bases that have been constantly under attack. Also, the U.S. embassies there constantly under attack. And so the U.S. has been striking Shiite militia groups in Iraq, but these Shiite militia groups are closely linked to the government in Iraq and part of the Iraqi army. And so it's interesting because you have Islamic resistance groups with part of these militias who are attached to the Iraqi army, because there's a very there's this tapestry holding it all together with all of the sectarian violence and history in these countries. It's any straw that breaks the camel's back can lead to all-out war, all hell breaking loose, if you will. So now the Islamic resistance in Iraq is carrying out multiple operations against U.S. bases over the past 24 hours using dozens of drones and posting these drone swarms attacking U.S. bases in the region after the United States killed 7 Iraqi soldiers and wounding 13 at a military clinic in other areas, where the U.S. and then the U.S. on a separate day killed 15 PMF fighters, including their commander Saad al-Balji. And Iraqi officials say that 80 security personnel have been killed and 150 have been wounded. Especially some of this was taking place during a ceasefire. So here you'll see this video right here: the Iraqi militias firing at the U.S. Essentially, war. There's a war in Iraq again right now. War in Iran, war in Iraq, war in the Caspian Sea. Putin's invaded Ukraine. I mean, there's war all over. War in Lebanon, right? Israel's essentially invaded Lebanon, destroyed all of southern Beirut, blew up all the suburbs, blew up hospitals there. They said they're targeting Hezbollah, but they're killing lots of innocent people there as well. I think it's important that we reflect again on just what's happening here, internationally. You have this joint statement that was issued by KSA, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, Jordan, condemning Iranian attacks and calling on the Iraqi government to stop militias attacking their countries. It's a direct message to the Iraqi government to take responsibility for the action of militias in Iraq. But Iraq has now authorized its militias to go and attack American bases. And now these other countries are basically saying, Iraq, control your militias. And Iraq saying, no, America hit them, they can hit back. They're allowed to strike back. And so now you have...
They're hitting people apart. Yeah, they're hitting their apartments.
Iran and Iraq against Saudi Arabia, UAE. I mean, it's a mess. You see what's happening in the region. You see why it's important that we really specifically talk about these things that are happening, not to mention the ground invasion planned on the Karg Island by the United States. We know how dangerous that's going to be. Lots of people are predicting there will be mass casualties, mass slaughter of U.S. troops if we send this ground invasion on the Karg Island. It will be brutal and bloody and just overall horrible. And I hope that doesn't happen, but it seems that we're moving closer and closer to that ground invasion. And meanwhile, just take a look at what's happening in France. So France is holding a video conference with its own army chiefs to see if France can create its own alliances right now to try to deal with the Strait of Hormuz on its own without the United States. No one views the United States as being anywhere reliable anymore. I mean, and just think about the cruelty of the United States. Just stuff like this that's happening. U.S. weighs making life-saving HIV treatment conditional in order to access Zambia's minerals. The Trump administration is negotiating a deal that ties funding for HIV treatment for over 1 million people in Zambia to access critical minerals, linking survival to geopolitical leverage. We're all about to all of our friends in Australia. More than 500 service stations across Australia's two largest states have run out of gas or diesel as the Hormuz closure fuel crisis worsens. So, what is it? Roughly 13% of stations in South Wales have run out of diesel, with diesel supplies being hit the hardest. Right? I mean, everywhere. The U.S. is causing pain and suffering everywhere. In Asia, Taiwan's about to run out of its own liquefied natural gas. We've removed the THAAD and Patriot systems from South Korea. We've taken troops out of Japan. I mean, it's been just the biggest betrayal of America to the world. The weakest America's ever been in its history right now. The world, I would say, laughing at the U.S., but it's actually horrified. Horrified at the U.S.
Horrified. So they unleashing everything right now. If y'all ain't figured it out yet. Everything. Everything. And I do mean everything. It's spreading. Didn't I just tell y'all that they are trying to get it back to that? And this was in this. Oh, that look good. Oh. Yeah. I need for y'all to hit the like button. I'm pausing now till the lights get up. I'm still at 50-some likes, and I'm over 2. Yeah, no. That's a no for me. What time is it? 4. Yeah, hit the like button, y'all. Are y'all still with me? Yeah, I was off reading something. I don't even know if y'all still with me. Y'all still with me? Where we at? Tea sippers, where we at? Where are we? Peekaboo US. Yeah. Can y'all still hear me? Get the likes up. I'm waiting on y'all. Eagles, I see somebody got you. Oh yeah, they finna censor you, partner.
Magic Johnson, and I'm sure I'm missing a whole bunch. Some believe it's a sacrifice they have to make to move up in their satanic club. The celebrity will stay relevant as long as they push one of the Satanists' causes. Now, whether that's true or not, that's not important. What? Why do so many Hollywood celebrities have trans kids? Only Jews know this is part of a system to weaken your children. They've been censoring my page and spreading fake news because I speak the truth. Listen close. Robert De Niro, Dwayne Wade, Megan Fox, J-Lo, Magic Johnson, and I'm sure I'm missing a whole
J-Lo.
bunch. Some believe it's a sacrifice they have to make to move up in their satanic club.
Did he say
Celebrity will
J-Lo?
stay relevant as long as they push one of the Satanists' causes. Now, whether that's true or not, that's not important. What's important is, why does it matter? It matters because celebrities have a huge influence, and gender transitions have increased by 500% in the last decade because of propaganda. It matters because the majority of these transitions happen between 13 and 17 years old. It matters because the suicide rate amongst transgender people
wow.
is almost 8 times higher versus the general population.
Jared
It matters
Kushner look
because
like he used
Pfizer
to be a
leads in
female.
hormone therapy drugs, and it's making these demons richer while confusing and weakening our youth. Jews have watched this pattern before. Entire generations weakened through propaganda, pushed by people who profit from the destruction. So the next time we see a celebrity come out
Stanley, I
with a
didn't
freshly
call.
transitioned kid,
And I'm not
it's not
falling
the
for
time
it
to
this
clap
time.
and talk about
Yeah,
how courageous
but
they are.
they
Like all
trying to
these
put it
trash
in the
Hollywood
lettuce and
magazines.
tomatoes.
It's time to call out the psyop, unfollow the perpetrators, and ask for stricter legislation on this issue. While they push this on your kids, their kids go to private schools where none of this is taught. Jews figure
None
this
of
out
it.
immediately. Follow the money. Pfizer makes billions. Celebrities stay relevant. Your kids get confused. Protect your children because Hollywood doesn't care about them. They care about the agenda and the profit. If you want to learn the Jewish money secrets they don't teach you in school, comment Goldman, and I'll personally send you my...
Get the likes up.
While everyone is watching the U.S. aircraft carriers, China just quietly broke the air blockade. In the last 48 hours, something unbelievable happened above Asia. 16 Chinese Y-20 military cargo planes took off and then vanished from the radar. These massive transport aircraft turned their transponders off, flying completely dark. Their destination? Iran. And what they carried is what's shaking the Pentagon right now. This wasn't food. This wasn't humanitarian aid. According to multiple intel sources, China delivered advanced electronic warfare systems, the kind built to blind U.S. carrier-based F-35 jets. Yes, you heard that right.
I'm still
China
waiting for
may
y'all
have
to get
just
the
handed
lights
Iran
up.
the technology to jam American aircraft, right in the middle of the Persian Gulf standoff. 16 aircraft. 0 radio signals. A full airborne supply chain delivered under America's nose. If this is true, the balance of power over the Middle East just shifted, and nobody noticed. The real question now, what will the U.S. do next? Follow for the next update. While everyone is watching the U.S. aircraft carriers, China just quietly broke the air blockade. In the last 48 hours, something unbelievable happened above Asia. 16 Chinese Y-20 military cargo planes took off and then vanished from the radar. These massive transport aircraft turned their transponders off, flying completely dark. Their destination? Iran. And what they carried is what's shaking the Pentagon right now. This wasn't food. This wasn't humanitarian aid. According to multiple intel sources, China delivered advanced electronic warfare systems, the kind built to blind U.S. carrier-based F-35 jets. Yes, you heard that right. China may have just handed Iran the technology to jam American aircraft, right in the middle of the Persian Gulf standoff. 16 aircraft. 0 radio signals. A full airborne supply chain delivered under America's nose. If this is true, the balance of power over the Middle East just shifted, and nobody noticed. The real question now, what will the U.S. do next? Follow for the next update. While everyone is watching the U.S. aircraft carriers, China just quietly broke the air blockade. In the last 48 hours, something unbelievable happened above Asia. 16 Chinese Y-20 military cargo planes took off and then vanished from the radar. These massive transport aircraft turned their transponders off, flying completely dark. Their destination? Iran. And what they carried is what's shaking the Pentagon right now. This wasn't food. This wasn't humanitarian aid. According to
Erica Kirk is drafting a cease and desist as we speak, okay? Because why did Drewski dress up as her in a skit?
We have to protect all men in America,
Ooh.
especially all white men in America.
Oh my God.
Those are the boys that we care about in this country.
I can't with him.
America is built on their backs.
Look at his face.
Yes, because they are the ones who mattered most.
What? The title of the skit is How Conservative Women in America Act. And y'all, Drewski nailed his Erica Kirk impression. I'm talking about from the outfit
Twerk. All
to
he
the
needs to do
hair
was twerk.
to the mannerisms that are slightly exaggerated, adding a Drewski twist. I need to know who was on his makeup artist special effects team because this is so impressive. Not the size 12 flats. I know Erica Kirk is fuming right about now. Ooh, not the wiping up the face here. I can't. And it's the double stare while she's talking about the love for her faith for me. And y'all, this is the part that sent me all the way into orbit. In case you missed it, Be Better had revealed recently that the day after Charlie Kirk died, Eric Kirk allegedly went to Aloe and dropped a whole bunch of money on, I guess, leggings and workout gear. And then in this skit, it cuts to a scene of Drewski working out at a Pilates studio wearing the Aloe leggings. It's the attention to detail for me. You can tell a lot of research went into this skit. At this point, just give Drewski his own show. Erica Kirk is drafting a cease and desist.
Wow.
I'm in Israel. I didn't sleep for 2 days, and you know why? Because of my corrupted...
I'm waiting on y'all to get the lights up.
Yeah, excuse me for my French, yeah. But this is the truth. Yeah, there is no one Israeli influencer that will explain to you what is going on here. What is going on
You was
here?
laughing so
this
hard.
guy, this corrupted just wants to stay in power. He wants to stay a prime minister and not go to jail. And he will cause a global war just not to do that. This is it. This is the truth about what's going on here. He doesn't care about Israelis or the women of Iran. Pfft, give me a break. His government legislating laws harming Israeli women's rights, okay? He will give money to the Orthodox Jews just to get what they want. He will sponsor Jewish terror in the West Bank just to stay in power. This is the guy. He wants to postpone the election because he knows that there is a chance that he will not be a prime minister anymore and he will go to jail. He's using everything he can just to get more time in office. This is it. This is the truth about what's going on in Israel for the past 2.5 years. You know what? 3 years. I'm in Israel. I didn't sleep for 2 days, and you know why? Because of my corrupted prime minister.
There's a reason Jews love Section 8 tenants. Government checks never bounce. Regular tenant pays $1,500.
How old is your baby? Baby? That's actually my great-great-grandson. No way, how old are you? I am 100...
This right here, this it right here. You go in, making America great again, make Israel great again. While you're unalive. This is what I was ranting and raving for. Where old boy had to, talking about the Constitution. Our Constitution is not about making Israel great. Our military guys did not join the forces for Israel. Where are they military guys? They're at the bar. They're at the bar. Getting jiggy with it. Yeah, they getting jiggy with it. They don't want us to look at it like that. That's what it is. Make America grieve again. Y'all want me to stop over here? Y'all need to hit the like button. Because these are the ones I ain't...
Us blacks were never supposed to know this, but I'm telling you anyway. The system was designed before you were born, and it's been working perfectly. You get taxed before you see a single dollar. They borrow against their assets and pay zero tax. Zero. You've been losing before the game even started. Here's what will shock you. The wealthy don't use their own money, ever. They use banks.
Yeah, I don't want us to know this.
KCB 07675, Southern District of New York, received a financial settlement directly from the estate, as her attorney is claiming.
I'm sorry, I don't know who Jane Doe 4 is.
She's the person who has been widely described as alleging that President Trump raped or abused her when she was 13 in the 1980s. And her attorney is out there.
Hit the like button.
She received a settlement from the estate.
Yeah, you know.
I understand who you're referring to. If you don't mind, may you please repeat the question?
Is it true that she received a financial settlement directly from the estate? Her attorney said that she has.
I believe that Jane Doe 4 received a settlement via mediation
from Trump raping her.
In 2025.
Yeah. Pay attention and listen, because there are nuclear bomb sirens going off in Laguna Beach, California. Look.
I think SoCal might be in some danger. I'm at my house in Laguna Beach right now, and there's full-on emergency, bomb warnings going off. I feel like we're in a futuristic movie, because you can't see speakers anywhere, and the whole city has this whole alarm system going off. All right, this is, I think, all of our signs that we might be in a worse place than we think right now, just in terms of war and everything. The city of Laguna Beach emergency siren warning system. If this had been an actual emergency, you would receive additional instructions to evacuate more specific information.
Evacuate where?
Now, it isn't a coincidence that those nuclear bomb sirens are going off right now in Laguna Beach, California, because the FBI already warned the people and police in California that there was going to be possible attacks from Iran. Now, those attacks can be drone or even nuclear attacks, but I believe that that is going to be a false flag that the United States is going to use as an excuse to send troops to Iran. Now, if you want to stay up to date with everything that is going on in the world,
bombed.
make sure to follow.
Oh, so that they would not have to pay their bill. That's messed up, y'all. Homeowner waits till the roof job is done, then calls ICE instead of paying $10K.
Hopefully, inshallah, it will come the day that the state of Israel will come to an end in the whole Palestine. Will go back to the Palestinians in full. The Zionists have no right, even for Palestine, not to speak about Lebanon, about Syria, even for Palestine. They have
real
no
Jewish.
Right. And I'm not supporting even a two-state because they have no right.
You hear the
accent? 1
accent?
inch of the land. So again, we hope, according to the Torah, evil will not succeed a long time, and they will come to an end soon. Hopefully, inshallah, it will come the day that the state of Israel will come to an end in the whole Palestine. Will go back to the Palestinians in full. The Zionists have no right, even for Palestine, not to speak about Lebanon, about Syria. Even for Palestine, they have no right, and I'm not supporting even a two-state because they have no right, even to 1 inch of the land. So again, we hope, according to the Torah, evil will not succeed a long time, and they will come to an end soon. Hopefully, inshallah, it will come the day that the state of Israel will come to an end in the whole Palestine. Will go back to the Palestinians in full. The Zionists
not releasing the Epstein files. Fuck Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't care what you do. Start a fucking war. Just don't let him get out. If I go down, I will bring all of you down with me. Not releasing the Epstein files. Fuck Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't care what you do. Start a fucking war. Just don't let him get out. If I go down, I will bring all of you down with me. Not releasing the Epstein files. Fuck Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't care what you do. Start a fucking war. Just don't let him get.
So
They coming out that it was fake. Let me see what these
Apparently,
say.
Iran is threatening to kidnap Donald Trump.
What?
Is that supposed to be a threat?
Yeah, I don't know nothing about that one.
Maybe that's not a threat. That's a favor.
That's a favor.
70% of Epstein's suspects are Jewish. Top lawyers are pulling strings with access to sealed evidence. Politicians on private jets and Wall Street billionaires are all working together to save them. 0 trials, 0 convictions. This isn't a coincidence. It's a system which is designed to protect the powerful. Regular people like you get caught up and spend years in jail for petty crimes and stripped of wealth. Jews strategize, shield our power with proven layers of protection, and keep stacking billions like it's routine, turning every challenge into a stronger position. You play by the visible rules. We play by the invisible ones. You want the real Jewish secrets that
He said they play by invisible.
70% of Epstein's suspects are Jewish. Top lawyers are pulling strings with access to sealed evidence. Politicians on private jets and Wall Street billionaires are all working together to save them. 0 trials, 0 convictions. This isn't a coincidence. It's a system which is designed to protect the powerful. Regular people like you get caught up and spend years in jail for petty crimes and stripped of wealth. Jews strategize, shield our power with proven layers of protection, and keep stacking billions like it's routine, turning every challenge into a stronger position. You play by the visible rules. We play by the invisible ones. If you want the real Jewish secrets that protect power and build unbreakable wealth, comment wealth and I'll send you my protocol. 70.
Okay, I'm finna get ready. I'm probably only gonna play one more since y'all can't get the likes up. I don't know what y'all playing me for. U.S.
Of your life. It doesn't get much. Donald Trump, meet the worst news of your life. It doesn't get much more catastrophic than this for you, Donald. Among your core base of voters, right? Non-college white men. That's your crew. That's your MAGA team, right? Non-college white men. Well, the latest polling data from Fox. Let me repeat that. From Fox. State regime media. Your state regime media says your approval among white non-college men is net -4. But watch how it just crumbled. Your support amongst this group. Your core of 2025. You were +17 among the white non-college men. December 2025, you were +10. February 2025, you were about even. By March of 2026, you lost the support of white non-college men. Net -4. You want to take a look at all of these special elections as well that have been taking place? Democrats have flipped a total of 12 state legislative seats in special elections in 2025, 2026 by huge overperformances. You take a look at Texas Senate District 9.
Yeah, Texas
Democrats
flipped on it.
overperformed by 32 points. Or Iowa Senate District 35, Democrats overperformed by 25 points. Iowa Senate District 1, Democrats overperformed by 22 points. Arkansas's House District 70, Democrats overperformed by 20 points. Mississippi Senate District 45, Democrats overperformed by 19 points. Mississippi Senate District 2, Democrats, you get the point, overperformed by 22 points. I could keep on going on. Massive overperformance, meaning this could be the biggest blue tsunami in the history
Let's go
of the
blue.
United States. A wipeout
We need
for
you.
Donald Trump and his regime. And Marjorie Taylor Greene, who used to be MAGA, she says, I'm American first. I ain't MAGA anymore. MAGA is dead. Dead, Marjorie Taylor Greene says. Here's what she writes. I'd like to congratulate the two-time congressional candidate loser, Laura Loomer, and Make Israel Great Again, Foreign Up, Mark Levin, and neocon murdering psycho Senator Lindsey Graham for leading Republicans into slaughter going into midterms. Your incessant lies to Trump have destroyed all faith in the GOP. I'd also like to remind everyone that when I led the party on the campaign trail, fighting for America First in 22 and 24, all the GOP did was win. But after Trump called me a traitor and said he would destroy me for releasing the Epstein files, I refuse to fight for Trump and the Republican Party that defends the Epstein class, wages pointless foreign wars, and pursues America last. I never changed. Trump and the GOP betrayed their voters and took in trash we threw out of the party. Loomer, Levin, and Lady Lindsay, she calls him Lady Lindsay, are the best political consultants the Democrat Party could ever imagine. And she also reposted the fact that this week, Democrats flipped Florida House District in special election in a deep red seat that includes Trump's Mar-a-Lago. And then Marjorie Taylor Greene continued. It was post after post after post. I want to mention this one thing, though, as she says that Donald Trump continues to cover up for the Epstein class. He continues to cover up a child sex trafficking ring, and that's what this Trump DOJ continues to do. I think that was one of the big first breaking points for all of MAGA, because once they saw that Donald Trump was a fraud on the Epstein files, even though there were so many other areas where I think they should have seen that he was a fraud, but finally when it came to Trump and his DOJ covering up a child sex trafficking ring, I think that then opened minds to be like, oh, so if you're covering up a child sex trafficking, what about this, and then the dam broke. So I know that Donald Trump and the Trump regime and the DOJ, they want to distract us, right? They want us to not talk about the Epstein files, not talk about domestic issues, not talk about how disastrous it's been at home for him. I want to keep the focus on there. So let me bring in Democratic Congress member from Virginia, James Walkinshaw, because I've got some questions for him about what's going on right now at home. Congressman Walkinshaw and I did this interview yesterday, so I'm wearing a different outfit than this one.
Y'all got to hit the like button or get out. I'm not going to do this with y'all again. I let y'all get away with it the last few days. Double tap the face of your screen. Hit the 3 dots at the top right corner. Or exit to the left. Y'all say happy birthday to my childhood. She's a friend, but they more than friends, cause they used to. Y'all see her cake she made herself? Oh my God. These were like my little sisters and brothers. I didn't realize how they used to look up to me during church. I was like a few years older than them, and it seemed like I was way, 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 way older, but I wasn't. And it was funny because did a cake just leave? Yeah, because, man, I was just so blessed and didn't even know it. But like after church, I was like 18. I think I was 18 when I got my first apartment. Where's she at? 18 or was I 19? I graduated when I was 17. Let me see. And then I left home when I was 18. I may have been 19 when what I'm about to speak about happened. So I may have been 19. Where's she at? And she called me Sugar Mouth. Cause she bakes, y'all, in her, she bakes well. And hold on, let me show you the cake she made for her birthday. And I'm up here saying, "Ooh, this cake is pretty. Cut me a big old piece." She called me Sugar Mouth. Cause I'm always asking for her to make me a cake. She called me Sugar Mouth. I said, cut me a big old piece. Isn't that beautiful? She made her own birthday cake from scratch. And she had a nigga call me Sugar Mouth. You shouldn't be able to bake like this, girl. Happy birthday, Jen. Happy birthday, Jen. That's a beautiful cake. So I'm up here finna say, girl, I'm gonna want a cake for my birthday. She gonna be like, she finna have to start shipping. Isn't that beautiful? She didn't go traveling. She didn't hang out with her play brother. She didn't do none of that. She stayed at home. And in fact, you know, they used to look up to me when we were young. And I am so impressed with her. She have been blessed. But this girl has her farm. She goes fishing with her husband and her play brother. Sometimes she's out there and she's checking on the chickens, you know. And I'm thinking, I ain't never been country, but I am so ready to retire on some land, build house, and start my own garden so that I know that how I eat will be protected. But shout out to her. God bless her. And I am so proud of you. So proud of you. Yeah. And let me finish. I'm so proud of her. Happy birthday. Look at her on the stove cooking. Doing her own thing. Doing her own thing. On land. Got their own pond. Thank God for favor. Sometimes people say favor ain't fair, but I think favor is fair. We just have to wait till our season. Everybody has a season. It's time for his. Yeah, it's time for him to fall. He needs to fall from the fake grace. Okay, now back to where we were, because I'm about to end this stuff. Y'all not hitting my like button, and I don't want to play with y'all no more.
With Congressmember Walden. That's a great interview. Make sure you watch the whole thing. And as Donald Trump continues on with this disastrous war in Iran, and then today, of course, it was Market Manipulation Day, come up with fake negotiations with Iran in order to manipulate the oil and stock markets, run to Fox and CNBC and tell them that we basically have got a deal, to which Iran says, no, we don't. We haven't even been talking to you. There have been no direct or indirect communications. You're making this up to manipulate the markets. I don't want to get lost in all of this. I think one of the reasons that we're in this disastrous war in the first place, Donald Trump's cover-up of his dark past and Donald Trump's cover-up of the Epstein files, and especially as we were closer to uncovering more and more about the Epstein files, especially Donald Trump's name that had been removed in certain areas, and that was beginning to come out more and more and more. And of course, we know about Donald Trump's connection with Epstein's, even without the Epstein files, even with some of the stuff that's been released. But then all of a sudden, Donald Trump rushes into this war against Iran, this unconstitutional, unlawful war against Iran. But in this past week, as I mentioned earlier in this video, a lot of important developments have been taking place. I mean, you had Pam Bondi last week. She all of a sudden was like, I'm going to show up in 24 hours and speak with the House Oversight Committee. People are like, what are you going to talk this? You're subpoenaed to show up in mid-April. Show up to your subpoena. Is this going to be a ploy by you, Bondi, in order to try to avoid your subpoena? It seemed that's exactly what it was. Democrats walked out when it was clear that she was just reading from a script, and this was carefully coordinated between her, Trump, and the MAGA Republicans in the Oversight Committee in order for her to say, look, I did the briefing. Why would I have to show up under oath in a few weeks? Then last week you had Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer, Darren Indyke. He testified, and there's a lot of questions, putting this lightly, about the veracity of his testimony. And then you had Epstein's accountant, Richard Kahn, testify as well. And lots of questions there, too. So I don't want to ignore all of these major developments that are happening. Here to help us break it down is Democratic Congress member from Virginia, James Walkinshaw. And Congressmember Walkinshaw, you were there. I mean, you saw what was going down at these different hearings, at these different, whatever you want to call it, impromptu, whatever the heck Bondi was. Break down just the latest for us on what's going on.
Big.
Well, look, I think the big development is Pam Bondi, and we had a bipartisan vote in the Oversight Committee to issue a subpoena to her to say, you got to come before our committee and answer questions under oath, explain why you violated the law, why you didn't release all the files, why you redacted files you didn't have the legal authority to release. You got to come under oath with a transcription, with a video so the American people can see it and explain that. And she, and I presume with the coordination with Chairman Comer, tried to hold a private, secret, closed-door briefing clearly to set herself up to say, I no longer need to come before the committee under oath. It was pretty outrageous. And look, the thing that the American people are fed up with when it comes to Epstein is secrecy, right? That has been the issue throughout this Epstein saga, this Epstein tragedy. His secrecy, the government secrecy, the Trump administration's secrecy, the idea that she would want to have a closed-door, secret, private briefing instead of an on-the-record deposition, I think typifies and characterizes this administration's approach to Epstein and the Epstein files, which is cover up, cover up, cover up.
You know, when James Comer sent that letter to Pam Bondi attached with the subpoena, I said, it's particularly strong language coming from Comer to Bondi. You know, I gave credit where credit was due, which is very little in my book when it comes to Comer. But I also said, I wonder what's really going on here. And it seems that this was kind of carefully choreographed. I'm going to send you this letter. I'll go on the various media networks, look like I'm being tough. But then what you got to do is you show up for this private briefing where you're not under oath. The Democrats will get angry. We'll all blow it up together. And then we'll say, you see, look what's going on. She tried. And then this is your way out, Bondi. And ultimately, it's just belittling to, I think, people's intelligence. Like, I don't know, Congressman, maybe this worked in the past, you know, when these kind of shticks and shenanigans and tricks were like, but like, to your point, it's like, we know you're doing this, and it looks like a bad SNL skit because the stakes are really high.
Yeah, look, I think it's insulting, and it's insulting to a lot of the MAGA base out there, right? I mean, the Epstein issue is one that really cuts across party lines. I hear it from Democrats, independents, and Republicans in my district. What the hell is going on with these files? Why are they covering up these files? Why is there so much secrecy? So then to try to turn a subpoena and a sworn deposition, which is under oath with a public record, into a secret private briefing, I think is a slap in the face to the millions of Americans who are outraged about this. It's definitely a slap in the face to the survivors who have been pushing for transparency and accountability. I don't think it's going to work. She's going to have to testify under oath, whether it's in this Congress, as it should be, or in a future Congress, about why she has violated the law with respect to the Epstein Transparency Act.
Let's talk about some of these other individuals who showed up. Indyke, the lawyer, who's also very much involved in the state. These people also have made a lot of money also kind of administering the estate, Khan, the accountant, and these people were involved in Epstein-related settlements and interactions with survivors. And, anyone who speaks to survivors will know that they bring up these names over and over and over again. And I know that once the INDICTED depot especially was over, people were surprised that he didn't invoke his Fifth Amendment against self-incrimination. I heard some of that. What was your observations generally about these depositions that have taken place?
These two guys, Darren Kahn and Richard Endyke, were Epstein's accountant and lawyer. Those were their official titles. The reality is that both of them were fixers for Jeffrey Epstein, who fixed any problem that he had and facilitated anything he wanted to be facilitated. So these are the guys who withdrew large amounts of cash from Epstein's bank accounts and made sure that cash made it into Epstein's black bag. The cash that Epstein used to pay off the victims and survivors and the recruiters of his sex trafficking ring. So all of the horrible things that Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell and likely others were involved in were possible only because of Kahn and Endyke. And they both say the same thing as Donald Trump, by the way, which is, yeah, I had a long relationship and friendship with Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, it was an in-depth relationship over many years, but I saw no evil and I heard no evil in terms of the crimes that Epstein was committing. In all of their cases, I find it very difficult to believe. I just find it hard to believe. And Kahn and Endyke also have received and are set to receive an insane amount of money from Epstein in the estate. Endyke told me that he was paid over the course of his time working for Epstein between $27 and $30
so now
million.
they're saying breaking news: senators are struggling to break their logjam. Trump says he will sign an order to pay TSA agents. This is coming over at 7:50 p.m. Eastern Time. Hold on, let me see if I can. Y'all hit the like button.
In salary. He also received $7 million in loans from
President
Epstein
Trump
that he
said
has
on
not
Thursday
paid
that
off.
he will sign an
Epstein's
emergency
will
order to pay
leaves him
transportation
$50
security
million.
administration agents as Senate struggles to break their logjam over funding of. Okay, stop making everybody suffer. We ain't falling for that. We stronger than you are, clown.
And yet he claimed.
But thank you, Lord, we thank you. So this just is breaking news. They say today, President Trump said on Thursday that he will sign an emergency order to pay Transportation Security Administration agents as Senate struggles to break the log jam over funding of the Department of Homeland Security and end the intensifying crisis at airport. With long lines at airports ahead of prime spring travel weekend. See, he was trying to fake us out. Inconvenience us. He was punishing us. But it started backfiring. Yeah, it started. That's why you was in there sniffing lines and shit. Yeah, let me move on and see. Yeah, you was sniffing. Yeah, your feelings was hurt. All they had to do was this, that, and the other. So you thought you was gonna hold us hostage, kinda. To hold on. Yeah, there's been a lot
Trump
going
is
on.
finally starting to feel the heat because for days he had been defiantly claiming that the Republicans should absolutely refuse to strike up a deal with the Democrats to fund TSA and alleviate those long lines at airports because he wanted Americans to feel that pain as much as possible so that he
The
could
lines
use
are
that
the
public
best they've
pressure
been.
to
What do you
first
mean?
pass the Save America Act. Why? Because, as Trump says, that bill will ensure that Republicans don't lose another election for 50 years, and he may be right, considering
Explain
that's
that,
just a massive voter suppression bill. But now, it seems that the panic is finally setting in for Trump because whereas he had been bragging that he's responsible for refusing to take a deal on TSA, now he's singing an entirely different tune. Most recently, he posted on Truth Social, blame the Democrats for the airport's mess. They want our country to do badly. They want our country to fail. Quote, blame the Democrats.
No,
In other
blame
words,
you.
He went from saying that he doesn't want a deal because he could use that pain to try and pass the SAVE Act and doing all of this publicly, to now suddenly claiming that he's not responsible for any airport delays at all. All the Democrats. Which suggests that Donald Trump is starting to see that while Americans are angry, it's not something he can
That's a
leverage for
lie.
his own
Now
personal
you're over
benefit.
here lying. You're over here lying. I got people at the airport that's traveling now all week. I've had somebody talking about those lines. You're lying. Now I don't know where you flew from, but no, stop. Don't come over here with no propaganda. Don't come over here lying. Don't come. Well, we're talking about the U.S. Yeah, you coming over here with propaganda, lying. What you come over here to? You came over here just to lie. You came over here just to lie. We talking about the United States. We're not talking about no foreign fourth country, third world. Come on now. You're not even, come on. You're not even legal here. Go away. Yeah. We're not talking to you. Mad about what? About you being a liar? Yeah, we don't do liars. We don't do liars. Now get your lying ass on over there where y'all lie a lot. Go over to the lie lot section. You lie lot. Came over here just to lie. Even the president of the United States, who is #1 liar of the world, knows that the line are long. I got military people who traveling. Yeah, get your ass on.
Claiming that he's not responsible for any airport delays at all. All the Democrats. Which suggests that Donald Trump is starting to see that while Americans are angry, it's not something he can leverage for his own personal benefit because that anger is directed at him. And this all comes at a miserable time for Trump because it's not just the long lines at airports that fall squarely in his lap. It's the fact that he engaged in a war in the Middle East that is the least popular war at its outset in U.S. history, and that no one knows
but hit
why
the
we're
like
there,
button
what the
before I
plan
kick
is,
you out.
what the objective is, or when we're
Down
going to get
back
out.
to line
It's
knees.
that said war is also causing gas prices to surge here at home, which raises the cost, yes, of gas at the pump, but also of literally
5
everything
minutes.
else.
That
Air
mean ain't
travel,
nobody
consumer
leaving.
goods. And of course, that's on top of the
Vietnamese.
already surging inflation,
The hell
which
you
is
mean?
expected to exceed 5% this year. That means everything collectively 5% higher. For posterity, when Joe Biden left office, inflation was at 3%. And that's Joe Biden. That's the guy who Republicans vilified for ushering in the highest prices in the history of the world. Trump's inflation rate will be nearly double what that guy's inflation rate was.
For the
In other words,
butterfly.
he has ushered in high prices, expensive gas, endless war, and insane travel delays in an election year. But the worst part isn't even for him. It's for the rest of his party that somehow has to make the case to Americans that they should be reelected, even though they have spent every waking minute shoving themselves as far up Trump's ass as they can. Here, for example, is Mike Johnson.
The president has done so much for the American people, and we want to honor him in some small way, some token of our appreciation for his leadership. And so tonight, we have created a new award. We're going to do something we've never done before. We're going to honor him with a new award that we'll present annually from this point forward. But he is the suitable and fitting recipient of the first ever America First Award. We can think of no better title for what that is. That's this beautiful golden statue here, appropriate for the new golden era in America.
A new award, like Trump is a fucking 9-year-old. It is amazing to watch him offer himself up as an anchor tied around their necks, and these groveling sycophants tie that knot even tighter. Which is to say, they are not unwitting victims of Trump's mismanagement. They are accomplices. They own it. They suck up to him. They embolden him. They give him fake trophies and statues. They want this. They're celebrating it. They're throwing parties for themselves. This is unadulterated, unflinching, unapologetic Republican governance. expensive food, expensive clothing, expensive utilities, gutted healthcare, gutted food assistance, long lines, high inflation, and forever war. Literally everything these people ran against is what they're ushering in right now, and then patting themselves on the back for it. And so it's no wonder that Democrats are running the table on Republicans. It's no wonder that they're winning special elections by double-digit swings to the left. No wonder that even Mar-a-Lago is now represented by a Democrat in the Florida legislature. You see, part of governing like an autocrat is you don't think that you're accountable to the public. You don't think that political gravity exists anymore for you. But clearly it does. And despite the best efforts by this MAGA GOP, democracy is still able to function in America, and it's not functioning to their benefit. You're watching the...
Trying to get to it. Yeah, you gonna tell them, don't sign a deal, don't sign a deal. Hold, stall their asses out.
TSA
Okay.
agents as Congress struggles to reach a funding deal. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Some major relief for TSA efforts, and not by the way of Congress. As President Trump said, he would sign an executive order to pay some of those transportation safety administration agents to potentially open up some of those lines, those long lines at airports. As you can see there, a post from the Associated Press, Meg Kennard, saying Trump will sign an emergency order to pay TSA agents as Congress struggles to reach a funding deal. And we've seen so many headaches at various airports around the country as Congress struggles to reach a deal to end the budget impasse that has jammed airports and left around the country. TSA agents as Congress struggles to reach a funding deal. And we've seen so many headaches at various airports around the country as Congress struggles to reach a deal to end the budget impasse that has jammed airports and left workers without paychecks. Trump announced his decision on social media, saying he would quickly stop the, quote, chaos at the airports. And this will pressure mounting. The White House had floated the extraordinary move of invoking a national emergency to pay TSA workers.
He really thought he was going to strong arms
offer to end the funding impasse that has jammed airports and disrupted travel. Democrats have been refusing to fund the Department of Homeland Security as they demand changes to rein in President Trump's immigration enforcement operations. Trump, during an event at the White House, warned he would step in if Congress failed to ask. The Senate has come to a standstill. Senators ready to leave town for their own spring break, but prepared to stay all night to reach a deal. Senate Majority Leader John Thune said enough is enough, announced he had given his final offer to the Democrats. Thune did not disclose details of the new framework, but he said he picked up on what had been the Republicans' offer over the weekend before talks with the White House and Democrats had broken off. And this, as the president also posting this on social media, talking about the Democrats, saying, quote, they are refusing to fund immigration enforcement unless the Republicans do agree to their open border policies, which will never, ever happen again. They almost destroyed our country. 25 million people entered from different areas because the Democrats have recklessly created a true national crisis.
Stop letting him get away with everything. Absolutely, JR.
As I always do. Therefore, I'm going to sign an order instructing the Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne Mullen,
clip his ass at the knees.
Pay our TSA
he can barely walk.
In order to address this emergency situation and to quickly stop the Democratic chaos at the airports. It is not an easy thing to do, but I'm going to do it. I want to thank our hardworking TSA agents and also ICE for their incredible help they have given us at the airport. So a major move bypassing Congress to get this done. President Trump saying that an emergency order will be in place. He will sign that to pay those TSA agents that are going on.
Push back the timeline
now without any money in those accounts, obviously. So no funding for the Department of Homeland Security. Continued to move through. The House did pass their version of it. The Senate at a standstill right now during this partial ongoing government shutdown.
Absolutely. They playing ball, y'all. They playing basketball. We love that basketball. Yeah, hold on. Oh, yeah, they playing ball, y'all. What is it? Oh, he panics because that $83 million verdict stands on the Carroll case. Oh, yeah, he trying to get out of some stuff. That's why he mad about them, that terrorists. Talking about all you had to do was add this one line. One line and it would have covered me. Yeah, nope. Hell to the no. To the no, no, no. Hell to the no. To the no, no, no. Yes, hold on. They playing ball, y'all. And they knocking it out the ballpark. Immediately pay. Oh, now you talking about immediate pay. What's this one?
Passengers on a private plane, including Special Counsel Jack Smith.
Oh, hold on. I wanted that Pam Bondi one. Top Trump official falls apart under cross-examination. No, that ain't it. But he did fall apart. Hold on. I'm trying to get to that one where Pam Bondi was begging, on her knees, begging the court, please, 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 please accept my apology. I apologize. She was in there, Anita Bacon. I apologize. Yeah.
Apparently, and this is Special Counsel Jack Smith, apparently, and this is, I think, a pretty big development that hopefully will be pursued, apparently gathered evidence that showed that the reason that Trump stole and then hid Smith, apparently, and this is, I think, a pretty big development that hopefully will be pursued.
In his Victor Malin, in his actual Foley voice.
That Trump stole and then hid and then refused to give back boxes and boxes of classified Special Counsel Jack Smith, apparently, and this is, I think, a pretty big development that hopefully will be pursued, apparently gathered evidence that showed that the reason that Trump stole and then hid and then refused to give back boxes and boxes of classified documents wasn't just that they were his, that he wanted them, and it wasn't just to show them off. It was because some of them bore on his actual business interests. So he had a financial reason to steal the documents that he did, and we have more details. Special prosecutor also apparently had evidence indicating that after leaving office, Trump had shown a classified map to passengers on a private plane,
let's go,
including
Blue.
his future chief of staff, Susie Wiles, and took at least one document that was so secret that only 6 people had authority to review it, which I didn't even know that there were things that classified. I cannot even speculate about what that could possibly be. That, like, not even, like, senior members of the Pentagon can, like, is the Speaker of the House on that list? Is the VP even on that list? What the hell was that document? But also, what was this map that he wanted to show it off to people like Susie Wiles, who wasn't even his chief of staff at that point? So strange. We're finding out some of this from a January 2023 progress memo in which Smith's office discussed the possible motive that the FBI discovered that Trump held on to some of these documents, saying Trump possessed classified documents pertinent to his business interests, establishing a motive for retaining them. They said we must have those documents. And
they moved around him. It wasn't on him. And then that same that same judge. Yeah, she blocked him and tried to make it so that he could never bring it up again. Yeah, one of that female Supreme Court judge that Trump put in place. Now he talking about the Supreme Court. Yeah, now they crooked. No, Jack Smith was coming for him. They tried to clip him at his knees. He did that 52 fake out on him, and then he came around and he's still getting it out. Cause it's coming out now. Omar, what difference? Why is it coming out now? It's coming out. Y'all ask some of the dumbest questions. Why now? Why not now? Why not now? Cause he keep getting away and he keep doing more. How about that? How about that answer, Omar Freeman? Fuck you mean? Why now? Why not now? You make me think that you one of them people that's coming over here that comes to change the narrative. Yeah, I'm trying to see what you say smartly. It don't matter. We're trying to change things. I need for you to be more positive, more optimistic. Yeah, speak like you want it to happen. Now come back another day. Now how about that's okay. Bye. You sound like I said, well, y'all normally let me get away with it. Why now? Why stop me now? Because it's time to make a change. And we, the blue people, we can do it. Come on, y'all. Put your hands together. It's time. Yeah, let's go. Time to make a change. We, the blue people, we can do it. Yeah, it's time. Yeah. You got us paying for wars. You killing our people. You poisoning us with food. You over here, they talking about, hold on. We can't praise the Lord. Yeah, y'all went too far. Y'all didn't know when to stop. Hold on. Yeah, they trying to make it against the law. I'll be back up there. Yeah, I'll be back. Hold on. It's time. Yeah, Judge Cannon, that one. Don't come over here talking about why now. Why not now? It's time. They've gone too far. Now, how about that? Yeah. Propose a bill to make it illegal to publicly speak about Jesus. Are you crazy? Let that be the reason why. Because you've gone to these type of measures. You're trying to steal everything, and now you're trying to steal the Lord out our mouths. Oh, yeah, you done went too far. You've gone too far. Jesus could be illegal. They losing their mind. Yeah, shut them down. Shut them all down. Now. Yeah, let's go.
The war drums on this. He wrote a letter to Pam Bondi earlier this week, insisting that the DOJ under Trump had sought to cover up details of Trump's hoarding of these classified documents and then storing them literally in the bathrooms and showers and closets, unlocked closets of Mar-a-Lago, and talked about some of the motive stuff that we're getting into. Here's a bit from that letter saying, these new disclosures suggest that Donald Trump stole documents so sensitive that only 6 people in the entire government had access to them, that the documents President Trump stole pertain to his business interests. This glimpse into the trove of evidence behind the cover-up reveals a president of the United States who may have sold out our national security to enrich himself. To be clear, he has done that many, 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 many times. This is just another time that he might have done that. Apparently blinded by the frenzied search to find any scrap of evidence that can be twisted and distorted, you have, quite amazingly, missed the fact that some of the documents, the you there being Pam Bondi, you had provided include damning evidence about your boss's conduct. And so, we already knew that what he had done was illegal, was unforgivable in terms of those documents. Now we find out more reasons that there should have been justice, and in fact, there still should be justice.
Absolutely.
And of course, we didn't get to that. And it's easy to point to a few people that were responsible for that. Obviously, Eileen Cannon is one of the most corrupt and partisan biased judges, maybe in American history. But also Merrick Garland and Joe Biden and the entire DOJ, who is so more concerned about appearing to be hands-off, about appearing to be like, we have to dot all the I's, cross all the T's, and if that means that we don't actually investigate this until 3 or 4 hours before the election, then that's fine. I blame them as well. But yes, what do you make of these new details?
Yeah, new details are fun, especially when it just confirms a lot of things that we already knew or suspected about what Trump has been up to in his time in office. Why was he so desperate to get back into the White House? We have all kinds of questions. All the dirty deeds that he did in an effort to get back into the White House. These are things that are documented. These are things that we have evidence for, and nothing comes of it. Right? They did a whole raid at Mar-a-Lago. They took all these documents that he had stolen from the White House and from our government. Those were not his documents to take.
They dropped the ball.
But nothing really came from it, you know. But like at this point, it's so disappointing because it seems as though our government is so
But we
complicit
forget that
on so
during
many different
Biden,
levels, right?
it
Trump
was
has been at this
still,
for 10 years now, and in those 10 years,
what is
he has
it
done
called
an
where you
amazing
can't
job at
discuss it
consolidating
because
power,
it was
of putting loyalists
ongoing.
into
There was an
very
ongoing
strategic positions
case.
within our government,
They
and so
leave that
essentially
part
he can
out
get away
though.
with a lot more than any other president could have gotten away with. We have had how many Watergates since Trump has been president? I can't even keep track. Right? Every day there's a new scandal. And his supporters like to say, well, he hasn't been prosecuted. He's still the president, blah, blah, blah. He even said it himself that he's going to go to jail if he doesn't win the presidency in 2024, and then he won. You know, like that's who people
And now
still
he's
voted
saying it
for.
again. If we don't meet the midterm,
even he has, by the way, been
and y'all all going to
found
jail
guilty
with
of
me.
committing crimes. But again, that did not sway his base. And I really hope that there is some semblance of rationality and justice that still remains in our government. I think going forward after this Trump era of the United States is over, we will have learned exactly where all of the holes and pitfalls are in our government, and hopefully those can be strengthened up and shored up so that we don't have another Trump in the future. But for now, we still have a Trump to deal with. So going forward, I think the best we can hope for is that never again.
You know what TYT has always been
Never
about?
again.
Taking on the corrupt, greedy establishment. For us, it's the corporate media. We've been fighting that fight for over 20 years. For the cell phone industry, it's the same story.
It's time to make a change. We see how they play. All the blinders are off. I don't know how else to keep saying that the blinders are off. I mean, some people still blind, but yeah, no. Yeah, I want to go to where she was crying, begging, slinging snot, please. I saw it earlier, but so much keeps popping off until I can never stay where I'm so in line the way I had it set up, because stuff is unfolding and breaking as I go. Is this it? Cancer, apologize. Yeah.
The elections, he thinks Republicans should take control. Oftentimes say that it is easy to file a lawsuit.
This is Democracy Watch. Mark, this is being called the DOJ's biggest mistake yet, and it's left the DOJ begging for the court's forgiveness. Can you explain what just happened?
Yeah, Brian, I oftentimes say that it is easy to file a lawsuit, but hard to win it. In this case, the Department of Justice barely got out of the box before it screwed up. So this is a really important issue and a very important case. We've talked about how the Department of Justice is trying to access the most sensitive voter information that states collect. This is information on who you are, where you live, your social security number.
They want our social security number.
Voting history.
Can you imagine him having full access to our social security number? Oh, fuck. We have credit and shit all in our name on stuff.
They have sued states far and wide throughout the entire country to get this information. Well, in Washington State, they filed this lawsuit, and they figured, great, we're ready to roll. Except when they went to actually serve it on the state of Washington, that's when the troubles began. I mean, first, they had 90 days to serve the case, and they wound up missing the 90 days. When this was called to their attention, they then tried to serve it in a way that doesn't comply with either state law or the federal rules. Like, this is the Department of Justice. This isn't some first-year lawyer who hung out their own shingle. This is supposed to be the best of the best. This is supposed to be the people that Pam Bondi wants to entrust your sensitive voting information with. They couldn't figure out how to serve not some foreign government, not some person evading service, by hiding. They couldn't figure out how to serve the state of Washington. The state of Washington. They couldn't figure out how to do it, and so they got called on the carpet over this, and in a absolutely humiliating display of groveling, the head of the voting section, literally the top person in the voting section in Washington, D.C., had to submit an affidavit and beg forgiveness of the court and basically say it's all my fault. We couldn't figure out how to do this in Washington State, but we've now relied on, wait for it, the U.S. Attorney's Office in Washington State. Yeah, the Department of Justice has a whole group of lawyers located in Washington State, and now we've asked them to help us figure this out, Your Honor. Please don't dismiss our lawsuit. Now, the result of this may very well be that the lawsuit gets dismissed, and then,
Thank you, Max Boogie.
Washington trying to get this information.
Can you talk about the broader effort? And this is something you've been covering relentlessly on Democracy Docket. So highly recommend for everybody who's watching right now, not yet subscribe to Democracy Docket. This is where I get all of my legal news, all of my voting rights news. So if you're interested in this stuff, absolutely the number one outlet you should make sure that you're subscribed to is Democracy Docket. I'm going to put that link right here on the screen and also in the post description. Can you talk about the broader effort by the DOJ to try and get these voter rolls? Because this is something you're intimately familiar with. It's you and your law firm who are litigating this stuff, meaning you are the ones standing in between the voter rolls.
They're the ones who fighting for us
and getting sent to the federal government.
So when y'all wonder where I be where I need to be. To get to the truth.
There are
folk who are really fighting for us that they don't want in the news media.
Just settled with the Department of Justice, so they capitulated. But you know, let's still call it 30-ish, including the District of Columbia. My law firm, we have moved to intervene or have already been granted intervention in all of those cases because we think it's important that there are lawyers who are fighting for the voters to protect their sensitive information from these attacks. And
then y'all had a nerve not even want to hit the like button. Yeah, no, I ain't finna give it all to you. I ain't gonna let y'all all have it. Yeah, you don't want to hit the like button. Yeah, I done been on here how long? Let me see something. Gonna play with y'all. I'm trying to really make things great and fair. Y'all over here won't hit the like button. What we waiting on? Get the likes up. Y'all rather be over there listening to that fake shit and then come over here on foolishness. Yeah, nah, you better go on. CM the Mees and whoever that other why now. Oh, you. Oof. The lines, it took me 5 minutes. Oh my God. If you don't stop in line over here, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Get the likes up. I should not have to stop. I'm over here listening to 2, 3, 4 devices. Ooh, boy, that lunch dinner was so good. I'm finna get ready to go. I'm trying to give y'all the opportunity to hit the like button, but they still don't want to. I'm finna put this up here, right over here, and then I'm out of here. I'm gonna take it to a real good spot, and then I'm gonna shut down. Hey, Monty Trucking. You been making that truck Monty for Auntie? Keep on trucking, Monty. Y'all know I ain't no sense. Oh my goodness. You gotta keep on trucking. Ooh. Gotta keep Monty trucking. Hold on, I'm trying to see something. I'm trying to see if these lights gonna go up. I'm trying to see something. Yes, indeed, Haunted. Let's go. You know what was over here? I was trying ground evasion. Something else. I was trying to get to that.
This is Ben on Breaking News. I'm Ben Meiselas.
Oh, no,
this
that's
is
too
your
long.
breaking news. Moments ago, Donald Trump just posted the following after there was a lot of...
Nope. Trying to psych us out, trying to ruling crashes then. They trying to play in our face, y'all. A teen arrested. They even judge denied bid to dismiss charges against Nicholas Mojaya. They said earlier that wasn't going good. Let me find the word old girl. Let me see something. I'm trying to see what's good to go out on. I'm trying to see. Where do we go from here? Yeah. I just know you finna cuss us out. I can't hear you. Yeah. Hold on. I saw something about them Epstein files. Okay, ground evasion, that's a no. Judge orders immediate, yeah, no. Let me see.
And Donald Trump. There was a major setback for former President Donald Trump in his federal election interference case. A panel of appeals court judges firmly rejected his arguments for immunity yesterday, declaring, quote, former President Trump has become citizen Trump. There was a major setback for former President Donald Trump in his federal election interference case. A panel of appeals court judges firmly rejected his arguments for immunity yesterday, declaring, quote, former President Trump has become citizen Trump. Jan Crawford is at the federal courthouse in Washington. Jan, what does all of this mean?
Well, good morning. I mean, it means that Trump is...
Hold on, because I'm sticking. Y'all got me sticking. Thank you. Somebody sent me something. Hold on. Thank you, Monty, for the high five. Hold on. Let's see. Did I fix the sticking? My phone may be hot. Let's start over.
There was a major setback for former President Donald Trump in his federal election interference case. A panel of appeals court judges firmly rejected his arguments for immunity yesterday, declaring, quote, former President Trump has become citizen Trump. Jan Crawford is at the federal courthouse in Washington. Jan, what does all of this mean?
Well, good morning. I mean, it means that Trump is all but certain to go to the Supreme Court and ask them to intervene. He's got till Monday to do that. And whether or not the justices take up this case, that could determine when Trump goes to trial.
From the courthouse to the campaign trail, former President Donald Trump has insisted.
Look at him looking all scared. Is this when they have to put his ass out?
That could determine when Trump goes to trial.
From the
Look at him.
courthouse to the campaign trail, former President Donald
Scary
Trump has
ass.
insisted.
You scared of that jailhouse? He needs to spend the night in jail.
Ask them to intervene. He's got till
I
Monday
think he needs to
that.
meet his new friends. I think he needs to find what bed he gonna sleep on. He needs to sit his ass down. Huh? I thought y'all would really believe it when y'all see her. Yeah. He must be losing some power. They ain't scared to put it out there. I mean, you know. What? Well, hit the like. This is my last time saying it. Hey girl, hey girlfriend. As my mama would say, hey girlfriend. Hey girlfriend. Ow. Yeah, you need to go in there and sit down so you can meet Bubba, Leroy, and Ray now. He may get pregnant. Tell him you need pickles on your list. You need to be able to have a pickle a day. A pickle or die. Yes, indeed. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, all of this. Because y'all couldn't.
Today, declaring, quote,
Couldn't
former
have
President
y'all way.
Trump has become Citizen Trump. Jan Crawford is at the federal courthouse in Washington. Jan, what does all of this mean?
Well, good morning. I mean, it means that Trump is all but certain to go to the Supreme Court and ask them to intervene.
And it must not have went his way because he was cussing them out
the
today.
justices take up this case,
Not
that
a
could
pickle
determine
diet.
when Trump goes to trial.
From the courthouse to the campaign trail, former President Donald Trump has insisted he
It
should
must
be
not have
removed
went
from
his
criminal
way because he started out today
prosecution.
calling them
That could
crooked.
determine when Trump
Illegal.
goes to trial.
From the courthouse to the campaign trail, former President Donald Trump has insisted he should be immune from criminal prosecution.
You have to have guaranteed immunity for a president. Otherwise, a president's not going to be able to function.
But on Tuesday, a D.C.-based federal appeals court rejected Trump's sweeping claims, unanimously ruling that the former president must face trial for efforts to subvert the 2020 election.
Former President Donald Trump just
Pickle
faced
diet.
a significant hurdle in his federal election interference case when a panel of appeals court judges overruled his claims for immunity.
He was appealing it. So before when Jack, I told you, that judge, that Cannon lady, yeah, he had those people, those judges, Supreme Court, that was supposed to back everything. That's why he was cussing them out earlier. When he was having that meltdown. Yeah, it didn't work in his favor. They tired of ucking with him. Yeah, he don't know how to leave well enough alone. He don't know how to make wise decisions. It's always the greedy man, the greedy fat guy. It's sometimes us who don't know how to get it, why the getting is good and get out. So now you caught, you stuck. That's why now.
That it's time for
That's
him to
why
step
now.
down from his presidential pedestal, stating that he is now just citizen. Step
Now
down
he's a
from
citizen.
his presidential pedestal.
I like
claims for immunity. They made it clear that it's time for him to step down from his presidential pedestal, stating that he is now just Citizen Trump. It seems likely that he'll be heading to the Supreme.
They ain't never called him a citizen, Monty. They would say a former president. They would say president sometime, but these charges is when he was a former president. Yeah, and they trying not to be sued and caught up on an appeal. Now they calling him a citizen. He's one of us. Huh? It ain't the same shit, different day. He one of us, Monty. The hell we talking about? Yeah, he one of us. Now they got me spitted. I called him a citizen. They say that make her hush. Make her hirsch.
Donald Trump has insisted he should be immune from criminal prosecution.
You have to have guaranteed immunity for a president. Otherwise, a president's not going to be able to function.
But on Tuesday, a D.C.
He found out yesterday he's a citizen. He woke up mad today.
Ruling that the former president must face trial for efforts to subvert the 2020 election.
Former President Donald Trump just faced a significant hurdle in his federal election interference case when a panel of appeals court judges overruled his claims for immunity. They made it clear that it's time for him to step down from his presidential pedestal, stating that he is
bring that ass down. You are a citizen.
It seems likely that he'll be heading to the Supreme Court to see if they can help him out, and he has until Monday to make that move. The decision from the justices might really impact when he ends up going to trial. On the campaign trail, Trump keeps pushing the idea
orange
that
face,
he should
orange
be
suit.
immune from any criminal charge.
Orange is the new.
He argues that a president needs guaranteed immunity
pumpkin.
to function
I guess.
effectively.
Oh no.
However, just this past Tuesday, a federal appeals court in Washington, D.C. unanimously rejected his broad claims,
Unanimous?
saying he must stand trial for trying to undermine the 2020 election. There's quite an eye-opening situation unfolding with Trump's legal team.
Russia. Yeah, it's in the Epstein files, fool.
Many people might not be fully aware of how serious things have become. When you see the bigger picture, it's much more concerning for everyone around Trump than any headline might let on. Judges in different jurisdictions are not only ruling against his attorneys, they're openly accusing them of lying while under oath. They're sending out warnings.
He tried to hit a judge with treason.
Fines and even jail time for the lawyers involved, not just negative outcomes for their clients. In some cases, judges have imposed nearly $1 million in sanctions against Trump-aligned lawyers. They've even referred some of these attorneys to the state bar for possible suspension or disbarment.
Yeah, we didn't know nothing about that.
In Minnesota, Chief Judge Patrick Schultz confronted Department of Justice lawyers who have violated his court orders over 200 times, asking them straightforwardly why he shouldn't hold them in contempt right at that moment. It's a serious moment when a chief federal judge is talking about criminal contempt against top officials. I've been diving into some wild news lately, and I can't help but share my thoughts on this situation with attorneys connected to Trump. It seems like the Department of Justice lawyers, the government's own legal team, have been repeatedly hitting a wall with the orders given by the judges. They're not exactly hitting the mark with their answers either, which are described as evasive and misleading. This isn't your everyday courtroom drama, it's a whole different ballgame. Over and over, judges across various cases have pointed out that Trump's lawyers aren't just pushing a tough legal stance that doesn't work out, they're making claims that are being labeled as knowingly false. They've also been filing documents that judges are calling frivolous and abusive, and ignoring orders in ways that judges view as intentional, not just accidental. That's quite a list of red flags. The repercussions that come from these judicial findings could lead to some serious trouble. Criminal contempt, disbarment, and significant sanctions that could end careers. That kind of fallout is definitely going to make any lawyer think twice before associating their name with Trump's questionable filings. It's really fascinating, and I want to unpack each of these developments. We're going to dive into the Minnesota contempt threat, the election case sanctions, and the disciplinary proceedings involving Giuliani, Powell, and Ellis. Plus, we'll look at the bigger picture and what it all reveals about the direction of Trump's legal team.
Well, the Michigan decision seems reasonable. I mean, people tend to forget that the government works for the people. And the idea that you would exclude somebody from the ballot because of insurrection, Donald Trump never was charged with that, never convicted of it, because he didn't do it.
Oh, yeah,
and
right.
The government never even charged him with them. So to try to take him off the ballot was absurd. Colorado made the wrong decision. Michigan seems to have made the right decision. So, yes, we need the Supreme Court to weigh in so we don't have to go over this 50 times in a row. I mean, the Iowa caucus is just over 2 weeks away, and we need to get this behind us so we can focus on what's truly important.
Yes, that's right. On to 2024. There are going to be a lot of good stories coming up just around the corner. Great job on Hannity last night. You had a chance to speak to the House Oversight Committee, James Comer, and he talked quite a bit about some of the most fascinating things. But one of the things they've uncovered that is pretty interesting.
Now back to the unfolding legal drama. The decision out of Michigan actually seems pretty reasonable. It feels like people often forget that the government is supposed to work for the folks. The idea of keeping someone off the ballot for insurrection is perplexing, especially considering that Donald Trump wasn't even charged with that, let alone convicted. Colorado definitely went the wrong way on this, while Michigan seems to have taken the right path. It's clear we need the Supreme Court to step in so we don't have to revisit these issues over and over again.
Go ahead. I need to show y'all that guy, it was
and
right here.
Let's not overlook the upcoming Iowa
was
caucus.
sentenced
It's just around the corner.
Oh, the battery
Honestly,
is low. Hold on.
we've got just over 2 weeks until we can put all this behind us and really focus on what matters. Moving on to 2024, there are plenty of exciting stories waiting for us. There was a great conversation on Hannity last night where James Comer from the House Oversight Committee shared some really intriguing insights. Now let me set the stage to help you understand why this moment is so important. Typically, judges don't threaten lawyers with contempt during federal cases. To grasp how rare and serious this situation is, it's useful to have a glimpse of the usual dynamics between federal judges and the lawyers who stand before them. In regular federal court scenarios, lawyers present their arguments, judges make rulings, and lawyers accept those decisions. If they disagree, they follow the proper channels to appeal. It's all built on mutual respect and the belief that everyone is acting in good faith. Sure, judges often rule against lawyers, calling their arguments unconvincing or their legal theories unsound. That's just the nature of litigation. However, it's a whole different ballgame.
Get the likes up. They found him dead in prison 2 weeks after being sentenced. She got her full justice. Baby girl, rest in peace, baby. We have no sympathy. Okay, let's end this up, y'all. This don't make no sense that these babies, boys and girls, these kids, that some grown ass nasty male or female comes in and disrupt their childhood, traumatize them, unalive them. It makes no sense. I'm not glorifying it. So in order for me not to be out of sync with God, I ain't gonna say nothing. But thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Yeah. Look like he could have had any woman he wanted. Why did he have to come around and mess up a kid's life and take her life? But that's the word. I mean, that's the just, that's the makings of what's going on right now. What we are finding in these Epstein files, right? Same thing. Different class of men. Some of them are elite, and some of them are not. Let's finish this up, y'all, so I can come back a little
when a
later.
federal judge openly tells a lawyer in court that they're...
I need to take a bath. I want to soak tonight. I'm trying some new prices on everything. Done went up so high. What I normally use, hell, I don't, shit. Either they don't make it no more, or the prices is up so high. So now I'm finna try something different. Plant-based. Can y'all see this? Let me take, dang it. Can y'all see it? Trying something different. Then I'll be back on our other stuff right here. Method. Plant-based. Daily Zen. Good vibes inside. It has cucumber, seaweed, and green tea. This is a new flavor for me. This thing used to be like $5. Not this flavor. These are new smells. Smells good. I got a couple of them. I'm ready to go take me a bubble bath. Let's finish this up. Hey, Power. Let's go.
That's just the nature of litigation. However, it's a whole different ballgame when a federal judge openly tells a lawyer in court that their statements are knowingly false, that their filings are frivolous and abusive, and that they are misleading the court. It's serious when a judge suggests that criminal contempt proceedings could be on the horizon if this behavior continues. When a judge uses this kind of language, it's a clear sign that the typical professional relationship is broken down. There's no real comparison to standard.
They don't want to be cool with him no more. Thank you, me.
That the judge believes the lawyer isn't just someone who lost an argument, but is instead a person making deliberate false claims, now officially held accountable
just
on the court record.
In.
When multiple judges across various cases involving several lawyers from Trump's
the guy you
reached
talking about the guy
conclusion, it
what's his name? Barris? What was his name? Who unalived that baby girl, 13-year-old Naziah Harris? The man who murdered her was found unalive just 2 weeks after being sentenced. That was the update. 43-year-old Jarvis Butts, Detroit, Michigan, convicted of murdering Erdering 13-year-old Naziah Harris was found unalive in his prison cell on Thursday, March the 26th, 2026. His death occurred exactly 2 weeks after he was sentenced to 35 to 60 years in prison for the 2024 illing and sexual assault of this teen. That was the update. Oh, they trying to block my video, y'all. My lie. Woo-wee. Sorry, not that saying anything about Michigan, right? But sorry. No, that. No, not that. Something about Michigan right now by Trump. Oh, okay. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see what this is about. Oh, about this music. The music that was on. Okay. That was attached to that guy. Let me take that music off. Cause you having that tea is hot. They don't like the truth. Okay. That's all right. I'ma fix that. Y'all, yeah, I got a little change from y'all today, so that's all right. They tried it. And I'm gonna move right on. I'm gonna keep on trucking. But you said it's Michigan today. Let me pull it up.
Pattern that can't merely be dismissed as judicial overreach or biased hostility. Let's break
They normally
down
don't give it to me that quick, but let me show y'all. So y'all don't have to see it. Video editing. I'm already editing it.
The situation there is particularly intense and urgent in the federal court scene. It's worth noting, back in January of 2026, ICE broke over 200.
I mean, they ain't waste no time. Y'all hear me? It was still, the line still playing. Look, partially blocked. Copyright. They ain't waste no time. They said, oh no, we ain't gonna pay her. We ain't gonna give her a dime for that. Oh. Y'all think I be playing. Yeah. Baby, they be trying to shut it down. Let's go. We ain't going nowhere. Yeah. We getting all the tea tonight.
That's a staggering number, and Schultz even mentioned that it might surpass
Thank you for the
what
chili.
some entire federal agencies
the chili
have
pepper.
violated over their entire existence. Now, fast forward to February of 2026, and Schultz took quite a bold step. He ordered top officials from ICE and the Department of Justice lawyers to show up in person in his courtroom. No written statements or lawyer motions allowed. They had to sit there under oath and directly answer questions about what went wrong, who made the calls, and why violations of 200 court orders in just a month shouldn't lead to serious criminal charges against those involved.
U.S. voted against recognizing slavery as a crime against humanity.
That could lead to real
The
consequences.
United States voted against recognizing slavery as a crime against humanity. We got to come back and talk about it tonight, because that's what I was trying to show y'all. It was three of them that voted against it. The U.S. was one, Israel was second, and Bibi Netanyahu's cousin, Argentina, was the third. The Three Musketeers. Yeah, they voted against U.S. slavery being recognized as a crime against humanity. So when people try to tell us that was no slavery, yeah, that's propaganda. That's whitewash. That's whitewash. There are black people that was alive not too long ago that was able to tell you about their experiences as slaves. So to have anybody of color to try to push that propaganda that there was no slavery, full of shit. Only 3 countries: U.S., Bibi Netanyahu, and Javier Milalaski. Bibi Netanyahu Milalaski. Kinfolk. Yeah.
Fines or even jail time. Schultz is sending a clear message that what he's been observing
because I don't feel like playing me.
He's prepared to use the strongest measures available to him as a judge, short of actually making an arrest.
And they come over here on
Now,
that foolishness.
Let's explore Trump's legal troubles more broadly. There are multiple threads to unravel here, each one contributing to a larger concerning pattern. First up is the contempt situation in Minnesota, which highlights what Schultz discovered and the actions of the DOJ lawyers, showcasing why the threat of criminal contempt is such a significant escalation. Next, we have the election case sanctions, including the decisions made by Judge Middlebrooks and the sanctions against lawyers Powell and Wood, which shed light on how federal judges are viewing the legal arguments from Trump and his team. Finally, there's the matter of bar discipline, especially concerning Giuliani and Ellis, adding yet another layer of complexity to the legal dramas surrounding them. It's quite a situation unfolding with Trump's legal team, and honestly, it's fascinating to see how things are playing out. First off, let's dive into what's going on in Minnesota. There's this eye-opening record detailing how the Department of Justice lawyers have been acting in front of Chief Judge Schultz. When you dig into those 200 or so court order violations we mentioned earlier, it highlights a jaw-dropping amount of non-compliance with judicial commands in immigration detention cases. Now, it gets really intriguing in the courtroom, where judges have been asking these government lawyers why they shouldn't be held in contempt. This isn't just a one-time thing. It's happening repeatedly as judges express frustration over evasive answers or outright failures to follow orders. Just imagine hearing that kind of question, "Why should I not hold you in contempt?" being thrown around by multiple judges. It really has a way of making you understand how serious the situation is. When judges are asking a lawyer this question repeatedly, it signals that their patience has worn thin. They're not just dealing with someone who's losing arguments in good faith anymore. This conduct has crossed over into a realm where a formal legal response is needed, and that's a big deal. Chief Judge Schultz has taken it a step further, requiring top officials and lawyers to appear in person to justify their actions, with the risk of facing criminal contempt charges if their explanations fall short. That's serious business and shows just how severe the situation has become for these lawyers. Now, shifting gears to the sanctions in the election case, we see another layer to this story. These findings represent a separate but significant part of how legal conduct from Trump's circle has been characterized. U.S. District Judge Donald Midbrooks, who's overseeing Trump's lawsuit against Hillary Clinton, has helped shape this narrative, suggesting that what's happening here is less about good faith advocacy and more about knowing falsehoods. It really paints a picture of the challenges and risks lawyers face when aligning themselves with Trump-related cases moving forward. So, A judge took a really hard look at some legal filings from Trump and his lawyers, and what he had to say was pretty damning. He didn't hold back, calling the case frivolous and knowingly false, suggesting that these legal claims were really just political complaints dressed up as something legitimate. This raises an important issue about whether the lawyers were genuinely trying to act in good faith or if they were just using the courts as a stage for their political agenda, fully aware that their claims lacked any real merit. To top it off, he hit Trump and his team with a serious consequence, over $937,000 in sanctions. This isn't just a slap on the wrist. It's a formal mark on their record indicating that these lawyers crossed the line from being assertive advocates to engaging in behavior that deserves punishment. Now let's not forget about the so-called Kraken cases where Judge Linda Parker really dug deep into the claims made by Sidney Powell, Lynn Wood, and other attorneys who filed lawsuits after the 2020 election alleging election fraud across several states. She took the time to scrutinize the evidence behind their assertions and came away concluding that what they presented wasn't supported by law or facts, but was more like wild speculation and conspiracy theories. As a result, she laid down some sanctions of her own amounting to roughly $175,000 in fees. Not stopping there, she required these attorneys to undergo legal education courses and even referred them to state bar associations, putting their careers in serious jeopardy. When you think about it, that referral is significant. It shows that Judge Parker scrutinized what Powell and Wood brought to her court and determined that their filings fell so short of the professional standards expected of lawyers that financial penalties just weren't enough. Instead, she opted for a path that could potentially destroy their careers through the disciplinary process. Being disbarred means you can no longer practice law at all, which is really the end of the line for a lawyer. Parker's decision to refer this matter to the appropriate authorities speaks volumes about her judgment on the conduct she witnessed. So let's take a look at Jenna Ellis and Rudy Giuliani and how they fit into this bigger picture. Jenna, who was a lawyer for Trump's campaign, was involved in various legal efforts after the election. She admitted to making 10 false statements about fraud claims related to the 2020 election, and as a result, she faced public censure from state bar authorities. This wasn't an obscure ruling. It was her own admission that she made these misrepresentations. The censure is a formal disciplinary action that stays on her professional record, which is something that every court she stands before will see. It clearly shows that she has been found to have made false statements while acting in a professional capacity. Now, Rudy Giuliani, who was front and center in the post-election legal battles, had his law license suspended in both New York and Washington, D.C. This suspension came after it was determined that he made demonstrably false statements, both in court and to the public about the election. The New York bar found uncontroverted evidence of these false statements, meaning there was no debate about the accuracy of his claims. They literally stated there was no legitimate argument against it. They were just false. The consequences were significant. Giuliani can't practice law in those places anymore because his actions didn't meet the professional standards expected of lawyers. Now, when I take a step back to look at this whole scenario, it's not just about two separate cases causing a stir. The pattern here is much more telling. The federal judiciary has been scrutinizing the legal work done by lawyers connected to Trump across various cases and jurisdictions over a span of several years. What keeps emerging is a consistent consensus about the quality and honesty of that work. Overall, There's a lot of knowingly false information, frivolous claims, and political grievances disguised as legal arguments, along with a fair bit of evasiveness. It paints a troubling picture of the legal strategies employed. I came across some opinions and orders from a bunch of judges, all working independently with no coordination whatsoever. What stands out is how consistent they are, and with so many judges from various places hitting the same notes, it's tough to chalk this up to any sort of bias or partisanship. These judges are the pros in the legal system whose job is to evaluate arguments and reach their own conclusions. They've all concluded that the legal arguments being presented for Trump and his allies just don't meet basic standards of honest advocacy. Seeing the same conclusion across multiple cases really counts, especially when it raises eyebrows about Trump's ability to find and keep top-notch legal help in the future.
Just putting anybody
there. Let's break this down into 4 clear points, because I want you to leave with a sharp understanding of what the contempt threats against Trump's lawyers really mean, why this pattern is significant beyond just the individual cases, and what we should keep an eye on as things unfold. Point 1 is a biggie. Criminal contempt threats against lawyers are a whole different ballgame than just losing a case. Knowing this difference is key to grasping why what's happening in Minnesota and the broader judicial response to the legal conduct surrounding Trump is such a serious escalation. Here's the deal. When a judge rules against a lawyer's argument or finds their motion lacking in merit, that's just the normal flow of our adversarial legal system. Lawyers lose arguments all the time in litigation. It's part of the game, and nobody gets sanctioned for just having a bad argument as long as it's made in good faith. But criminal contempt is a game changer. It comes into play when a lawyer's behavior steps outside losing an argument. This happens when statements made to the court are proven to be deliberately false or when court orders are intentionally disobeyed. Criminal contempt can lead to real consequences like fines or even jail time for the lawyers themselves, not just their clients. And when a chief federal judge gets involved, things surely escalate even further. So there's some serious business going on with the possibility of criminal contempt aimed at Department of Justice lawyers following over 200 violations of court orders. This isn't just a casual statement, it's the start of a formal legal process. If it leads to a finding of criminal contempt, those individual lawyers could find themselves in some pretty deep trouble, completely separate from whatever situation their clients are in. Now let's talk about the hefty sanctions that have dropped in cases tied to Trump, like the nearly $1 million in the Clinton lawsuit and the fees from the Kraken cases. These penalties show that federal judges are not holding back when it comes to reprimanding lawyers representing Trump. They're serious enough to put those lawyers' careers at risk. This definitely makes any attorney currently involved with Trump really think twice about what they're taking on. And here's where the hefty financial penalties really come into play. A sanction of $937,000 isn't just a light tap on the wrist, it's a big deal. It means the court has ruled against those lawyers personally, which puts their own financial assets and futures on the line for mistakes made while representing a client. Similarly, there was $175,000 in sanctions in the Kraken cases. And with some lawyers facing disbarment, it's a real threat to their entire career. These aren't just hypothetical scenarios either. We've already seen them happen to real lawyers who thought they could take on Trump's election fraud cases without facing lasting repercussions. They found out it doesn't work like that. Now, every lawyer currently working with Trump has to consider whether what they're doing is worth the risk of ending up in the same situation. Then there's the pattern of bar discipline to think about. We've seen Giuliani getting suspended in New York and D.C., while others like Ellis, Powell, and Wood are facing serious disciplinary actions too. This is part of a professional accountability process that is unfolding through the legal system, and it's not tied to just one case. The results of this will definitely impact who is willing and able to represent Trump down the road. Bar discipline isn't just about court sanctions.
Bar discipline.
It has its own weight and significance in shaping the future of legal representation in these matters. Sanctions tend to focus on specific situations stemming from what happens in individual cases. While they're serious, they're generally limited to that particular legal matter. On the flip side, bar discipline is a whole different ballgame. It relates directly to a lawyer's professional license, their ability to practice law in any court within that area, and it impacts their professional reputation following them through every case they take on. If a lawyer has faced public censure from bar authorities or had their license suspended and their record shows they've made false statements, it's a big deal. That lawyer's credibility is put on the line in front of any future court they step into. Judges can easily access that lawyer's bar history, as can opposing counsel who are doing their research. Even clients looking to hire them will find this information. Now, when you consider multiple lawyers from Trump's circle facing bar discipline and various disciplinary bodies marking them for professional misconduct, it leads to a serious and lasting hit to the credibility of the legal team supporting Trump's more aggressive legal strategies. This is particularly notable as we keep an eye on ongoing developments, since the contempt threats and sanctions we've discussed are not the end of the story. They represent the current state of affairs, which is still very much in motion and could lead to even greater repercussions. One major point to watch is Chief Judge Shields' order for key officials and DOJ lawyers to appear in court to address about 200 violations. This will prompt a hearing that could either lead to a solid explanation and a way to comply, or end up with contempt findings that take things to a criminal level. The results of that hearing, and whatever Judge Shields decides, are among the most significant upcoming events in the legal battles surrounding immigration enforcement. Furthermore, there are bar discipline proceedings underway for lawyers referred by Judge Parker in the Kraken cases, and they're making their way through state disciplinary systems. Eventually, we'll see formal outcomes, whether that means the charges are dismissed or results in a formal suspension or disbarment, which will have a lasting impact on those involved. Federal judges across the nation, from Minnesota to Michigan, New York, and Florida, are really changing how they see the legal arguments coming from Trump's team. They no longer view these arguments as bold legal strategies that just happen to lose. Instead, they're calling them what they really are: knowingly false, frivolous, misleading, and even abusive to the court system. And they're not just shaking their heads, they're taking action against the lawyers involved, not just their clients. The consequences are getting serious, with hefty sanctions like $937,000 in one case and $175,000 in another. On top of that, we've seen disbarment referrals, Giuliani facing license suspensions in 2 places, and Ellis dealing with public censure after admitting to 10 different misrepresentations.
Get him out.
Recently, a chief federal judge even threatened criminal contempt for the Department of Justice lawyers who piled up over 200 violations of court orders in just 1 month. The legal team that put together Trump's strategy after the 2020
Have you ever
election
wondered
is being
how the-
slowly taken apart, case by case, sanction by sanction. The judges are done being patient with behavior they see as crossing the line from just being an advocate to outright lying. Every lawyer still on Trump's team involved in the various ongoing cases is watching these developments closely, weighing whether it's worth the risk to keep going. This situation is evolving quickly, and I'll be right here to cover everything as
Get
it
them
happens.
out.
If you haven't subscribed yet, now would be a great time to do it. I'm real.
Get them out. And get them out now. No excuses. We don't want to play no more. You understand? Powered. Get them out. Hit them with everything that they supposed to be hit with. All of that. All of that. Hold on. I'm going to end on butts.
Starts with breaking news.
Our breaking story today, the man convicted of murdering.
Hold on.
Now to our other big story at 5. Jarvis Butts, the man convicted of killing 13-year-old Neziah Harris and sexually assaulting her and other girls, is dead after weeks after being sentenced. His body found at a prison intake center in Jackson. Fox 2's Lauren Edwards is live in Detroit with reaction tonight. Lauren.
Rube, just as you said, Jarvis Butts was found dead, and this happening 2 weeks after he was sentenced for killing Neziah Harris. And just the location of her body is basically, at this point, it's a bit of a mystery. Detroit police are on it, but let's get into all the details because there is so much that you need to know. Now, this is the Charles Egler Reception and Guidance Center in Jackson. It's a prison intake center where the Michigan Department of Correction confirms that Jarvis Butts' body was found 2 weeks ago. 43-year-old Butts was sentenced in the murder of 13-year-old Neziah Harris, sentenced to 35 to 60 years. He pleaded guilty to second-degree murder, and as a part of the plea deal, he was supposed to provide information as to where her body was. And Wayne County Prosecutor's Office says he did exactly that. Harris was last seen in January 2024, and prosecutors say she met up with Butts the day that she disappeared, and she was pregnant. Allegedly, Butts, the father of that child. And fast forward Thursday, MDOC says he took his own life. MDOC says the staff tried to save his life.
Oh, he took his own.
Fox 2 spoke with Harris's cousin Roxy, who was out of town, about what happened and the concerns the family still has.
He took his own.
We want to still know where she is because we still don't have those answers. We just want to lay her to rest and things like that. So there's still a lot of unanswered questions, and him doing decided to take his own life was unexpected, literally 2 weeks after the sentencing. He made his bed, he got to lay in it. I think it was a bit of a cowardly way out, but he made his bed, so he has to lay in it.
So again, the prosecutor's office saying that Butts did provide information, and then she referred us over to Detroit Police Department, and we spoke with DPD, and they say that they are investigating, they are searching for her body, and that they are looking into every.
Now to our other big story at 5. Jarvis Butts, the man convicted of killing 13-year-old
Another
Neziah Harris
PDF.
and sexually assaulting her and other girls, is dead after.
And other
Now to our
girls.
other big story at 5. Jarvis Butts.
And other girls. So he was another PDFer, just like your Apis and Commander. Coward. And I wouldn't be surprised that when push comes to shove and everything comes out, that they won't follow the same suit. Because ain't neither one of them man enough to stand in the prison system for their crimes. I don't believe he will. Yeah, I don't think he man enough to go to prison for the crimes. Yeah.
Now to our other big story at 5. Jarvis Butts, the man convicted of killing 13-year-old Neziah Harris and sexually assaulting her and other girls, is dead after weeks after being sentenced. His body found at a prison intake center in Jackson. Fox 2's Lauren Edwards is live in Detroit with reaction tonight. Lauren.
Rube, just as you said, Jarvis Butts was found dead, and this happening 2 weeks after he was sentenced for killing Neziah Harris. And just the location of her body is basically, at this point, it's a bit of a mystery. Detroit police are on it, but let's get into all the details because there is so much that you need to know. Now, this is the Charles Egler Reception and Guidance Center in Jackson. It's a prison intake center where the Michigan Department of Correction confirms that Jarvis Butts' body was found 2 weeks ago. 43-year-old Butts was sentenced in the murder of 13-year-old Neziah Harris, sentenced to 35 to 60 years. He pleaded guilty to second-degree murder, and as a part of the plea deal, he was supposed to provide information as to where her body was. And Wayne County Prosecutor's Office says he did exactly that. Harris was last seen weeks ago. 43-year-old Butts was sentenced in the murder of 13-year-old Neziah Harris, sentenced to 35 to 60 years. He pleaded guilty to second-degree murder, and as a part of the plea deal, he was supposed to provide information as to where her body was. And Wayne County Prosecutor's Office says he did exactly that. Harris was last seen in January 2024, and prosecutors say she met up with Butts the day that she
disappeared. You talking too fast, lady. He did exactly what?
This is the Charles Egler Reception and Guidance Center in Jackson. It's a prison intake center where the Michigan Department of Correction confirms that Jarvis Butts' body was found 2 weeks ago. 43-year-old Butts was sentenced in the murder of 13-year-old Neziah Harris, sentenced to 35 to 60 years. He pleaded guilty to second-degree murder, and as a part of the plea deal, he was supposed to provide information as to where her body was. And Wayne County Prosecutor's Office says he did exactly that. Harris was last seen in January 2024, and prosecutors say she met up with Butts the day that she disappeared, and she was pregnant. Allegedly, Butts, the father of that child. And fast forward Thursday, MDOC says he took his own life. MDOC says the staff tried to save his life but were unsuccessful. Fox 2 spoke with Harris's cousin Roxy, who was
he wasn't gonna be able to deal with what he was supposed to get locked up in prison. You couldn't handle what you dished out. You couldn't handle what you ditched out. You know what's coming. Yeah, somebody was going to do unto you as you did unto the victims. And I think that same route he take when it all comes out, that in which he don't want to come out, that in which he started a whole damn war over, he ain't going to be able to handle it either. And he gonna follow suit with this nutcase right here.
Tom, about what happened and the concerns the family still has. We ultimately, want to still know where she is because we still don't have those answers. We just want to lay her to
So he
rest,
didn't do what he said he was,
like that.
what he was supposed to do.
There's still a lot of unanswered
where is
questions, and him doing deciding to take his own life was unexpected, literally 2 weeks after the sentencing. He made his bed, he got to lay in it. I think it was a bit of a cowardly way out, but, he made his bed, so he has to lay in it. So again, the prosecutor's office saying that Butts did provide information, and then she referred us over to Detroit Police Department, and we spoke with DPD, and they say that they are investigating, they are searching for her body, and that they are looking into every lead. Please stick with Fox 2 as this continues to develop. Reporting live here in Detroit, Lauren Edwards, Fox 2 News.
Yeah, Lauren, I know that obviously people who are being transported are being supervised. Any idea as to if this happened at a time that he just wasn't being watched or any of those details?
You know, Ruth, there's so many questions as to exactly how this all unfolded. Those are questions that I have, that you have, that we hope to get answers about, you know, when and how all this exactly happened. So all I can say at this time is that please continue to stick with us. As I get these updates, I will be delivering them.
Lauren Edwards for us live tonight. Thank you.
I'm sure we've all heard about the tragic killing of 13-year-old Neziah Harris, and now there's a new update. The man convicted in her murder, Jarvis Butts, has died in prison just weeks after being sentenced. Authorities say Butts was found unresponsive at a Michigan correctional facility, and his death is being investigated as a...
So listen, I never really covered baby girl, and excuse me. But I know that Miss Parker did. I mean, from the beginning to the end. I'll be back. I'm scheduled at 10 o'clock. I'm about to leave and go over to Miss Parker and hear what she has to say about it. And then I'll be back at 10 for my last go round. I could play it, but I didn't get permission from Miss Parker. Let me see if she has started it. Yeah, I typically don't do that. So Miss Parker, have him. She's speaking.
First go in. Is that not true or not?
Miss Parker is live right now talking about it. So if y'all want to go over there and check it out. I have no idea what she's going to say, but I do know she's been covering it. And then I'll be back at 10. I have a live set at 10. We're going to talk about Trump and the don't want to admit that slavery was crimes against humanity. And
who said that today? Everybody. When you're on suicide watch, because
see, she's talking about it right now. She's talking about it right now.
He's getting a lot of time. Usually Jarvis has been let go to do this over and over and over again. So, you know, they watch your mental. They make sure you're not suicidal. It's just so they keep a constant watching. You can't get anything.
So go over there, meet me over there, and then I'll be back at 10, okay?